Welcome to day 2 of Kaggle CareerCon. CareerCon is an event all about practical advice to help you land your first data science job. I'm one of your hosts, Addison.
And I'm Jessica. We hope you enjoyed your first day of sessions and that it was helpful to connect with other job seekers during the Mixer. We encourage you to continue getting to know each other and building your networks on our Slack channel.
Today is all about getting noticed. Once again, we'll be kicking things off with another API workshop with Kaggle data scientist Rachel Tatman. Then we'll have sessions all throughout the day about standing out and making connections.
Today's agenda includes getting your first interview even if you don't have any personal connections with the staffing lead of data science at Google. Then, a live resume and portfolio analysis of actual CareerCon attendee resumes with data scientists from Kaggle, Booz Allen Hamilton, and Ericsson.
Then after our break for lunch, we'll come back with how to build your personal brand, even if self-promotion isn't something you're used to, with the famous Siraj Raval and Kaggle's Rachel Tatman. And finally, we'll wrap the day with the Career Ask Me Anything with the Jeff Dean, Senior Vice President of Google AI and the mind behind MapReduce, Bigtable, and TensorFlow.
As a reminder, videos will not be posted online immediately during the event. We may post them in the future, but please be sure to tune in live each day so you don't miss out on any sessions. Make sure to also jump into the CareerCon Slack channel and introduce yourself, ask questions to our speakers, and get ready for day 2 of CareerCon. We'll be getting started here in just a moment with our second API workshop.
Well, it is time for part 2 of our hands-on coding workshop with Dr. Rachel Tatman, a data scientist at Kaggle who earned her PhD in linguistics at the University of Washington. We'll continue covering how to go from a model trained in a notebook to a custom API with full documentation. Rachel will show you how to create a super fast custom NER-like model in Python to use as an example, but you can also use your own project. Fun fact, do you know she has a hedgehog named Gustav? Rachel, the floor is yours.
Thanks, Addison. Hello, everybody. Good morning or good evening, wherever you are. So yesterday we talked about what APIs are, what REST is. There's some really good comments in the comments of the notebook. If you want to go take a look and join in. Somebody offered some really good suggestions for testing frameworks, which we're not going to talk a whole lot about, but if you're interested, good place to start. So yesterday we designed our API. We decided what methods we were going to have. We didn't design any resources because we don't have a database backend, so all of our data is going to be ephemeral. And today we're actually going to take our Python code that develops and then serves our model and show you how to, well, I'm going to show you, and then we're going to do it together, how to actually put that code into the Flask app. And I got a lot of questions about this yesterday, like, okay, so we've designed our app, how does it go together? How do I make my model actually do things? And that's what we're going to talk about today. So the two things we're going to do is first we're going to prepare our code to be served through an app. If you guys are like me, when you're just working in notebooks and getting stuff working, things can get a little spaghetti-like. If you've ever heard of spaghetti code where stuff just goes everywhere. At an early stage of the work process, I think we all tend to be there. So we're going to spend some time getting our code ready. We're going to do some modularization. We're going to make sure stuff is in functions and all wrapped up nice and pretty. And also, I'm going to talk about how to save a trained model as an object, use in other places, and some pitfalls there. And it's also some good practices. And then we're going to write some of the code for our Flask app. And we're not actually going to write, I'm trying to unselect. We're not actually going to write the whole app today because the specific file structure and file names that you need in your particular app are going to depend on what you're using to serve it. So whether you're using Heroku or GCP, and we will talk GCP is Google Cloud Platform. And we're going to talk more about that tomorrow. So I'll have an example where you can take the code that you wrote today and sort of plug it into the right place and then serve it. And you'll have an API that works. So my general principle when I'm getting something ready to be put into an API is first I want to make sure my code works. So this is sort of the, futzing exploratory stage, making sure that I can do the thing that I want to do with my code. And then I spend some time making it pretty. So this is when you'll refactor. If you haven't been writing comments as you make it work, you'll probably add comments here. I like to make sure that I have my little chunks of code that I want to reuse to make sure that they're in function. So it's not just a flat script that all runs. And finally, making it portable. And the bulk of what I'm going to be talking about here today is how to save your models as an object, some differences between different file formats, and then I'll point you towards some documentation for particular libraries. Ooh. One sec, have a little bit of tea. I could use the caffeine. Okay. So my example project I mentioned, I am getting a list of all of the Python package names in a piece of text. And this is a question I get pretty often. People will be like, I want all the people's names in my text. I want all the street names in my text. I want all the companies that are mentioned in my text. And the general task of locating and then tagging entities, so people, places, or things in NLP, natural language processing, is named entity recognition, or NER. We're doing kind of a lighter version of NER today. We're just finding instances from a word that exists in our list of keywords and then where they are in the text. The reason that I'm doing this rather than full NER, full NER takes a while to train. And B, you actually need to have training data already for your text with the identity and then the location in the character index, and then also the entity label. So is it an R package? Is it a Python package? In order to train an NER system using something like Spatie. So the thing we're doing today would be the first step of training custom NER. And if you don't actually need full-on NER for your project, which most people don't usually, depending on what you're doing and your other NLP things that you're applying, this might be all you need. So a nice, helpful thing. So my general workflow for what I'm doing is first I'm getting a list of Python packages, and we're gonna repeat this process, and I'm gonna walk you through it with R packages. And then I'm going to use a list to create a keyword processor object. This is from the Flash Text package. If you are trying to extract keywords from text, I would highly recommend using Flash Text over using regular expressions, especially if you have a list of terms and a list of documents and you're going to loop through a list of terms, look in each document, loop through a list of terms, look in each document. That's very time inefficient. And Flash Text is much, much, much faster. So maybe 20 to 30 times faster in the best case scenario. And also you don't have to write regular expressions, and you don't have to make sure that the regular expressions that you wrote mean what you think they mean. Because if you worked with regular expressions in Perl a lot, it's hard to read, right? It's difficult to understand what the regular expressions are saying. And then we're also removing very common words. So the data that I'm working on is the Kaggle forums. So I want to remove common English words that people might just use on the forum. So for example, there's a Python package called the. I don't think every time people say the on the forums, they're talking about the Python package. And then I'm also removing words that are used a lot on Kaggle, like Kaggle. There's a Python package Kaggle, but I don't think every time people say Kaggle on the Kaggle forums, they mean the Python package Kaggle. So this will just make our final output a little bit more relevant for what we're looking for. And then I'm doing a little test. So to walk you through my code, the first thing that you might notice is that it's all sort of flat. I've just imported stuff. I'm creating objects. I don't have any functions. I don't have any classes. I've just sort of like written a script. And we start by importing the things that we need. I am reading in the forum posts, so I'm using the meta-Kaggle data set here, which is our public data set of the data on Kaggle, so you're free to follow along with this. And then I'm getting just 3 of our forum posts just for me to play around with. And then I'm getting information about the top 5,000 PyPI packages from the last 30 days from this URL, which is helpfully maintained by Hugo VK on GitHub. So thanks, Hugo. And to do this, I am going to need a internet connection. So if you're forking this kernel and you're working with it, you want to make sure that you turn on the internet connection. And then I'm taking a little bit of time to parse it, because what I got back from the internet connection was just a JSON item, and I don't need all of that information. All that I need are the names of the packages. So I'm going through each data item, and I'm just getting out the project, which is what the package name is stored under in this particular JSON item. And then I'm creating a keyword processor. So this is an object from Flash Text that will let us find keywords. And it's actually sort of an interesting algorithm if you're interested in algorithms to go and take a peek at. But you don't have to know how it works. You just know that it does. And we're adding all of our keywords, and then we're removing some of those stop words I mentioned. So stop words are very common words like the, and I've gotten this stopwords.words from NLTK, which is a natural language processing library. And then I'm removing some custom stop words. So HTTP, probably going to show up usually in links that people are sharing, and not necessarily when talking about the library. I was like, I'm going to get a tissue. I feel my nose starting to get. It is full-on allergy season here in Seattle, and hasn't bothered me in the past, but it's starting to this year. So we have our processor, and this is modified in place. So these functions are just removing them from my existing object. I don't need to give this a new name. And then finally, we loop through our 3 sample posts and we apply it. So there's a Python package called dataset, apparently, that people are talking about. Public, another dataset. Sorry, public is another Python package, HTML, events, common. And we might actually think that based on this, we should maybe be a little bit more aggressive in our data cleaning and removing stop words, because I don't think dataset in all of these instances is being used to refer to the dataset package. So we might add these to our custom list of stop words that we want to remove. But it works. So there's still time, there's a place for fine tuning. You might want to do a little bit more data cleaning, a little bit more text pre-processing, but it does what I wanted it to do. And you can see that I have commented this just so you weren't just like, that's just a bunch of code, Rachel. I don't know what it's doing. I've never seen any of these functions before. So the next step is to make it pretty. And in this case, I'm going to make it pretty by taking the 2 big tasks that I'm doing, basically, and chunking them into functions. So hopefully those of you who are familiar with Python have made functions before. I have one function that creates a keyword processor. So it does everything that I did, but instead of me specifying these are the specific words I want to remove in the line of code that runs it, I'm writing a function where I can choose, every time I run the function, I can give it different input. So I have the list of terms. So in my example, this was the list of Python packages. I have a Boolean argument for whether or not I want to remove English stop words. If I wanted to be a little bit clearer, I could actually say English stop words, or maybe remove stop words and then true. And then if you do remove stop words, specify what language you want to remove. So that would be an option. And then I have a custom stop word list. So anything in here will be removed, and by default, it's empty. And this function will let me train a new keyword processor very, very quickly without having to specify every time, okay, I want to remove English stop words. Okay, I want to remove my custom stop word list. And I also have a function, and this is a pretty small function in this particular case, but if you have a larger project that you're working on, this might actually be much bigger. So this is a function that will apply our keyword processor. So I just give it a processor and some text and whether or not I want the span information, so the index span where the words occur, and it applies it. So this is a pretty small function, but if I were doing something like image processing and I wanted to make sure that I cropped, if I wanted to rotate the image or do something to the images before I applied my package, I might want to put that in this. I might want to add another function and then call that function from this function, depending on your particular pipeline. And then when it's time to write our app, I can just use this specific function to apply my model. And we'll see that in just a second. So now I am testing my functions, and the line wrap is a little weird. Let me zoom out a tiny bit so it's better. I'm testing my function. So I'm creating a keyword processor from a list of packages. I'm adding in some custom stop words that I want to remove. And I'm creating a new keyword processor object from that. And then I'm applying it. So I'm looping through my sample posts, I'm applying my keyword processor, and I'm actually saying I don't want span information. So you can see up here, we got the character indexes of the first and last character. And down here we don't, because I specified that I didn't, because I just want to make sure that that worked. And sure enough, it did. So I have taken my sort of flat code that was just like blah, 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 and I've given it a little bit more structure. So if someone was coming in and looking at this code for the first time, they'd be like, oh, you create a processor and then you apply it. So now that my code is gussied up and we've added some documentation for each of the functions, how do we make it portable? How do we take the same code and run it somewhere else? And how do we do that without having to retrain our keyword processor every time? So one thing that I just want to call out, somebody asked yesterday, can we use an API to train our models? You could, because of the way that we're doing this, where I'm having you guys actually host your, serve your API from a cloud service. If you are doing that and you are having people train models on that cloud service, there's a possibility that you're going to be charged for that compute, or at the very least, you're going to sort of run out of free compute and they'll shut down your API. So one way to avoid that would be to have authentication. So if someone wants to use your API, they have to like have credentials and have like a username and login. And I'm not talking about how to do that. And just because there is, that potential that you might, end up using more compute than you actually intended to, I'm going to encourage you not to include model training. So take a model that you've already trained and then just apply it using your API. So doing inference. Saving models in Python. So if you have a library that has a specific way to save out its trained models, I would recommend that you use that particular method. So TensorFlow and Keras both use model.saveWeights and model.loadWeights to save and load models. And these will save models as HDF5 files, which are hierarchical files. And the easy, kind of the only data structure that you can easily do this for in Python is arrays and NumPy-based things. For PyTorch, you can use torch.save and torch.load. This will save it as a pickle, so the things I talk about regarding pickles down here are relevant. XGBoost you can do model.dumpModel, model.load model, LightGBM, model to string, and model from string. So you have different options, and if you're using a library, I would recommend using that library's infrastructure for downloading and uploading models, because it's probably going to be the easiest for you. But sometimes you're using a library that doesn't have a library-specific technique, like flash text, which is what we're using. So in general, the easiest way to save a Python object from one instance and then load it into another is using a pickle. So pickles are binary serialization, is a binary serialization format. It takes your Python object, creates it to a byte string, writes it to a byte string, and then you can shift that byte string around, and when you load it back into your Python session, it'll be an object. This is very portable, it's very handy, it's very powerful. There are some things to know about pickles. So one big one that especially for things like the difference between TensorFlow 1 and 2, for example. If there are major differences between the Python environment you use to create your pickle and the one where you're trying to read it, so you have a different version or subversion of Python, or you have a different version or subversion of your library, it might not load. The Python core team is doing a lot of work to try and make pickles more portable, but there's no guarantee that they're always going to work. So just be aware. And one way to get around this is to specify the version of each package and of Python that you want to use in your app in your requirements file. And we'll talk about that tomorrow. Another thing to know about pickles is they're not super secure. And if someone just sends you a pickle, if someone sends you a pickle in the mail, probably don't eat it. But if somebody sends you a pickle on the internet, don't open it, don't trust it. The data format is pretty easy to hack. And if you've pickled it yourself, it's probably fine, but just be aware that it's not necessarily the most secure data format. So I don't want to scare you off of using pickles, but I didn't know these things when I first started using serialization as a way to move models around. And I think it's good to know. So caveat emptor, enter. Buyer beware, except you're not buying anything because it's open source. So how do we save things as a pickle? Well, first we're going to need to import pickle. And then pickle.dump is the syntax. So dump is the same that XGBoost uses. It's just sort of a, take everything and stick it down into your file system. You want to make sure that when you open the file that you want to save it as, to write it, you want to make sure that you can write, so W, and B lets you write to a binary. So because pickles are a binary serialization format, you need to write a binary file for them. So if you don't include the W or the B, it won't work. Once we've done that, if we check out our file system, so just list all the files in our current directory, you can see that we've got our notebook file, an output file that describes the things that we have created in our output, and then also a pickle. And this is the pickle that we just saved. It's our word processor object. And if we want to, we can re-upload it as a new object. So I can use pickle.load to open this file, and again, I want to read, and I want to read a binary file because pickles are a binary serialization, blah, blah, blah. I've said all that. And from there, we can try it out. So we can use our apply keyword processor function that we wrote, and our pickled model that we read back in, and I have a little test example here. So I like pandas, numpy, and seaborn, three Python packages. And once I apply my pickled and unpickled keyword processor to it, I get out that pandas, numpy, and seaborn are the 3 packages that are in this little span of text. To save your model, when you commit your notebook and you look at the notebook viewer like this, you'll have a little output tab, and that will have all of the files that you have written to your current working directory, that top level working directory. And from here, I can create a new kernel using this file. I can create a data set from one or more of the files that I created for my output, or I can just download them. So that's probably the easiest way to get your files out of your kernels right now. Let's go back up. Scroll. So I'm anticipating that this is going to be the bulk of the work that you're going to do today. And I'm going to, once I've finished going through, I'm going to actually do some live coding and show you how I would do this for a second thing, which is instead of Python package names, R package names. So make it work, get it going. Maybe you have other code that you can use from like a school project or something. Make it pretty, refactor it, make sure that you have functions, make sure you've got a little bit of documentation and comments, and then make it portable. So read your models out in a portable format so that you can send them to another Python environment and then you can apply them. Okay, and we'll go back and do this after I'm done with the sort of chit chat. Second, Flask app. So we're actually writing like part of a Flask app today. We don't have everything. We're not actually going to be able to test this, and we wouldn't be able to test it in kernels anyway because of the way that kernels are set up. But we'll test it tomorrow. It'll work, I promise. It will hopefully work, I promise. And we're going to write 2 files, and each file I've put in a separate notebooks file. So imagine that this is a file, and that this is a file, and that they're saved separately. I just wanted to put them in a notebook so it would be easy for you guys to look at them. So we've got 2 files. We've got a serve.py file, and this has the guts of our Python code. This is where we define our function to apply our model. This is where we say how we're going to read in our model. If you have like a pre-processing option, so you wrote an endpoint where people can send a file of a particular format and get back a pre-processed file, you would put all of that, the guts, in here in the serve.py file. And then we have a second file that tells our API what's where and what to do. So our guts are going to look very familiar to you. We are importing just the keyword processor object from FlashText and also Pickle. And we've defined a single function here that both loads in our model and also defines another function for applying that model. So when we call this function from our second file, which we'll give a name to in the future, it will load in our model into the current namespace. But it will also return this function that we can use to apply our model. And I have straight up borrowed this particular architecture from Guillaume Gential. William, sorry. And there's a nice blog post that talks about more details, but I thought it was an especially tidy way to do things. So that's what I'm using. Feel free to pick a different architecture if you've got a favorite. So we have all of this in a file called serve.py. In the same directory, we have this file that doesn't have a name yet, and we will give a name in the future. In this file, we'll import everything we need. You'll notice that we also import from serve, import get_keywords.api. So serve is this file, and we're importing it as a module, and we are just importing this one function that we wrote. So if we had additional, like, I don't know what else you would have in here that wouldn't be a function, but if you had other stuff in here, it wouldn't import it. And you could also choose to import just the whole thing. Here I've commented out because in our current working directory, we don't have any file called serve.py in our notebook environment, so this isn't going to work. But once we move to a different environment, we can uncomment this. And as long as there is a file called serve.py that has the function get_keywords_api in it, this will run fine. I also don't have to actually import this because I've already defined this in, I've defined this function in the same current working environment that we're in. Then we're going to create an instance of Flask. You don't need to worry about this a whole bunch. The only thing you might need to change here is you might need to make a different name if you have a really complex app that has a lot of different modules that are working together. We're not doing that. This is a very minimal example. And then we're going to run this function, get_keywords_api. Remember that this will load our model into the local namespace. And it will also return a function, keywords_api, because this function returns this function, functions and functions. And then finally, we're doing the meat of the app endpoints. So yesterday, we talked about how to define an app, and we talked about the OpenAPI specification, and I should have had this open in a different tab. I'm sorry about that. Let me just open it real quick. And if we look at the specification that we wrote yesterday, we have a single post method. Here we go. We have a single post method called /extract packages that takes in a JSON and returns a JSON. And this is where we're actually, I scrolled to the top for some reason. And this is where we're actually writing the code that will serve that method. So we have an /extract packages method that is a post method, right? This is the endpoint. And this is the type of method that it is. So post from here. And it has a single function, and when I send some data to here, it will, when I run this endpoint, it will run this function. So I'm not actually asking for data here. I am sending a request to get the JSON file that we're going to send in, because remember in our specification, we said we were going to send in a JSON file and get back a JSON file. I had a really good question about that. Why not send in like a dictionary and get back a dictionary? We don't necessarily know that whoever's using this app is using this API is going to be calling it from within Python. So if they're using it from Java and we send them a Python object, it's not going to work for them, and they'll probably be frustrated. And JSON files is a much more commonly used way to send data back and forth. And then we, once we've read in our input data, we apply our function to it. So this is just a JSON file. And then we save our output file. And then we dump our output file, which right now is, what does it return? I think this is a list. I think it returns a list, and we are converting that list to a JSON file because we said we were going to send a JSON file back, so we better send a JSON file back. And this is our response. So just like dumping to a pickle, you dump to a JSON. And then our response is a JSON file out. So this is where we do all the things that we promised to do when we wrote our specification. And that is pretty much the whole thing. So we're going to go back. I'm going to fork this notebook. I'm going to write a little bit more code that will do the same thing as we talked about here, but for R packages instead of Python packages, R like the language. If you're peeling off now, just a quick heads up, tomorrow we're going to be using GitHub, and we're either going to be using Heroku or Google Cloud, depending on your preference. If you're using Google Cloud, you also want to enable billing. That does require a credit card. I think I mentioned that. If you don't have a credit card or you don't want to use a credit card, I'd recommend using Heroku instead, and we will talk about both of them. So do not worry. Okay, let's get to coding. So I am going to fork this. And if you'll remember yesterday when I was writing my own little API, I said that I was going to have two methods, extract packages Python and extract packages R. And I already have all the code to extract Python packages, so I'm going to write the code to extract R packages. So first, I want to get it working. And I'm just going to run these cells because they're going to do a lot of the imports that I want. Also, I'm creating a new keyword processor, right? I had one for Python. Now I want one for R. I wrote a function that'll do it for me. Haha, reusable code. Try, don't repeat yourself. I can use this function to create my processor. And then I can save it as a pickle. The thing that I want to do is I need to get list of our packages, and I don't actually have a super good idea of how I'm going to do that. I spent a little bit of time searching, as you can see. Maybe you can see, there we go. So I have an HTML page here. I guess I could download this and then do some, cleaning, but it seems like there's probably a better way to do that. And then I also have a list of R packages here, but this is loading. Whatever. Anyway, so that's also an HTML file, and I would ideally like JSON, or even if I could have it as just like a flat text file, that would be ideal for me. Let's actually see if anyone's created a list of R packages. And I know the data searching part is maybe not the most exciting. Yes, but it only has packages that have data sets distributed with them. And this is something that I created. This is me, I wrote this. Or rather, I redistributed a data set that somebody else had collected under an appropriate license. What if I search for CRAN? Maybe someone's uploaded information there. CRAN is an R repository of packages. Nope. And I remember that one of these that I was looking at had an API, but it looked like maybe the API didn't work. So, and this is where I would usually turn to the chat, but I don't actually see the chat right now. And packages JSON. Oh, it's going to tell me about all of the packages that talk about JSON. That's not actually what I want. I know that there's a super easy way to do this in R. Get list of CRAN packages. So what I might do is I might actually start a new kernel. I might start a new kernel. It's available.packages in utils. So that's a base R file. Yeah, let's do this the dumb way. Hacking. All right, start a new kernel. New kernel, start a notebook. And I want it to be R instead of Python. I'm going to call this get list of R packages. Have a little sip of tea while this is loading. All right. And the only thing I want to do is packages. And I don't need to load in the utils library because that's that is built into R. It's in base R. And then I'm going to check out the head of that when I get it. And the reason that I want to know about both R packages and Python packages and why I want to extract them with two different methods is if I'm going on to other types of NER, usually what you have is not just like which entities there are and where they are, but also like the type of entity it is. So I can use my Python packages list to create training data to train a named entity recognizer that includes whatever the base named entity recognizer is, plus also Python packages. Sorry, I forgot what I was saying. And because I have a second function that will do that, I can use that to get additional information about R packages. So this was I think this might actually be a very big query. All right, head packages. Oh, y'all, I forgot to turn on the internet. No wonder it was taking so long. It was just like making requests and like, is anyone there? No, sure? Yes. So this should work better. I should be able to actually get the list of packages. It might still take a bit because this is a big file. Oh, much faster. There we go. And then let's save this as a CSV. So I think it's filed.write. Maybe it's write to file. Yeah, I think it's write CSV. Packages and just call it R packages.csv. All right, that works. And then let's commit this really quickly. So this will create a new data set. Sorry, not a new data set. It will create new files. But the thing that I am interested in is it will create a file that we can use. And let's just super quickly, just to make my life easier, let's create a data set from this. So new data set, and let's call this list of our packages and create, and then I'll make it public so you guys can check it out if you want. And if you are doing some sort of scraping, this could be the way so to get like a list of things you're interested in. So maybe you're having, maybe you want a list of all of the first names in the US and you're using census data, and you have sort of let's make this public really quick so you guys can check it out. I know this isn't the prettiest data set, but oh well. Whamp, whamp. Okay, so now we can add this into here. So we're gonna add a data set. And our data set is going to be called our packages. Is that what I called it? List of our packages. That should be enough to get it. There we go. And we're gonna add it. 2 people have looked at it. You guys are fast. All right, so now I can use this data to create my new object. Loading, loading, loading. So when we add new data, we have to restart the virtual machine, which is why it takes like a tiny bit. As you can see, 1/3 of a second. All right, your code isn't committed. Okay, yes, I need that. All right, so here is my work, get a list of our packages. And I think we've already read in pandas. Let's just just run our code and see if it works. pd.read, right? pd.read just read. And then the file path, and I'm hitting tab here, list of our packages, packages.csv. Nope. And just to make my life easier, I'm just going to run all of the cells above my current cell. And then when I run this, it should work fine. All right, excellent. No error. So we've read it in. Now we want to take a column of that CSV and make it a list. Oh, I know this off of the top of the head, what columns of data frames are in R data structures wise, but I don't know it off the top of my head for Python. Actually, let's just see if our function will work. What was our function called? Let's just see if our function will work if we just give it the column. Our columns lists. I'm about to find out. So it's create keyword processor, and we're going to give it our packages and just see if it works. Our processor. That's not a very informative name, but I'll fix it later. Right now I am Did I not run this cell? Thought for sure I did. All right. Oh, you know what? I bet there was an error up here. Yep. That's why I didn't run all the way to the bottom. There was an error because we've added a second file. So there we go. That'll work. Doop. Yeah. Okay. Now we're getting them good results out. All right. So the reason that didn't work is because when I added a second file, we append the name of the package into the name of the data set into the file path, so you can disambiguate between them. And I didn't. I forgot to update it. All right, does not work. Keyword list should be a list, so that is helpful. Oh, right. I just wanted the particular file, which I believe is called package. I know you guys are probably all in the comments like, here's the code that works, Rachel. Oh, beans. Sorry, I moved the cell instead of creating a new cell. I keep doing that. It's because we moved the button. Okay. This is an object. How can I create a list from a Python object? Pandas column to list. Get list from pandas data frame column. I'm not the first person to ask this. So it is list df1. All right. So list data frame, and then the specific row that we want is packages. Okay, so this should work. Famous last words. I've just given it the wrong data structure. It was looking for a list, and I gave it a series. That looks like it works, fellows. I don't know why I said fellows. It's a weird thing to say. All right, and let's give this a little testaroonie. So I'm just taking the tiny little thing I got up there for that sample post, and oh, right. I was like, it gives me exactly the same output. That's weird. It's because I'm using the old processor and not the new processor. All right, this looks good. So we're seeing information, prediction, robust events, a comparison, Johnson. Apparently there's a package called Johnson, archive, org, archive, org, archive, org. That seems like 3 links, huh? That seems like 3 links in that post that we have decided are all package names. And network. It works. Is it the world's most beautiful? No, we could probably actually do a little bit of additional cleaning, but I am not going to live. And if you guys are interested in doing more cleaning and removing extraneous words from the processor, feel free. Make it pretty. I don't think I actually have to do anything here because I'm basically expanding on my earlier project. Remember that I had a process to I created my processor and I wrote a function to do that. And I applied in my processor and I wrote a function to do that. And I can just reuse both of those functions. I don't have to futz with them. I can just use the codes that I wrote earlier. So modular code, reusable code, best practices. Already did it. But if you were doing something else, you were doing maybe image preprocessing, which I keep using as my example, then you do it there. And finally, make it portable. I want to save out my file, my R file, as a pickle. And I've already imported pickle, so pickle.dump. And then the file, the object that I want to dump is the R processor. And I want to put it into a file. And let's call this R processor again, .pkl, which is the, I'm like 90, 80. The more I think about it, the less I'm sure that that is actually what the correct file extension is. Well, that's the file extension I'm using for pickle. 80, 85. The more I think about it, the more sure I am. You can find that online. And then I'm writing a file and I'm writing a binary file. And then I'm just going to quickly peek in my working directory to make sure it's there. I did not actually import pickle above. Hey, so we've saved our file. If I wanted to, I could read it back in, reapply it, make sure it works. I have a lot of faith here. Okay, what do I do now? So I want to write my Flask app, and I'm actually going to copy and paste this. And I'm going to do some a little bit of change, because remember that yesterday when I was writing my specific thingadoogle, what was it called? My Open API specification for the app that I was going to write, it was the same as the example, except I added a new function called, so it was, I believe it was called extract packages _ Python and extract packages _ R were my two functions. And this is where I would go back and check my other specification. But I'm not going to do that because I'm lazy, but you should do it. I want to make sure I have time to answer questions at the end. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take my existing function, and I'm going to call this Python. And then I'm going to copy it, and I'm going to create a second function that does pretty much the same thing, except I'm going to call it R. And instead of processor.pkl, which we're assuming we still have in our current working directory, I'm going to have it look for R _ processor.pkl. R _ processor.pkl. And I don't actually need to change the specific, what's that called? I don't actually need to change the name of the function. So here we have a function keywords API, here we have a function keywords API, but when we read it into our Flask app down here, what I can do is I can specify that this one is R, this one is Python, and then get the, well, let me do this real quick, Python and R, and then ask for the correct, get keywords Python, and then ask for the correct function that I defined above. So these will have different names, even though the underlying function that we defined in the function has the same name. And you could change it if you wanted, but I don't see the need. Yeah, I don't see the need, because it's disambiguated, because it's sort of tucked into another thing that has a different name. All right, and I said that it was extract packages _ Python. And I want to make sure that when I'm requesting the keywords API, I'm requesting the right one and not the R one. So this is the Python version. And we're going to add a new, so if you'll remember from yesterday, we added a post method for the R packages as well. Make sure that we have the right function name. Make sure down here we are calling the correct. Actually, will this run into problems? Sorry, I'm second guessing myself. Because in both cases, we are loading into our local namespace something called keyword _ processor. And I think that whichever one we load in second will overwrite the first one. So I am actually going to make sure that this one is Python and this one is R, because we have two separate models here, and we want to make sure that we are applying the right model. All right. Yeah. Sorry, I'm thinking this through. So we've defining one function. It's being run on the input data. And by default, it is using this keyword processor. So we should give them different names. Yeah, okay. Sorry, I'm just thinking it through aloud so that you can see the process. And let's, yeah. Because previously I only had the one, and then we want to make sure that we return the correct function. Previously I had just the one function, so it was a little bit simpler. Now I have a second one that's a little bit more complex. And I could probably sit down and spend some more time refactoring this, maybe busting out this function and finding another way to define it with different, I don't know that I want a function that defines a function that defines a function though. Anyway, I can spend some more time working with it later on with our app, just the same as with our initial code, and we'll make it work first, and then we can spend some more time making it pretty. So that is what we're doing today. Tomorrow, we're going to take the code that we've written here for our model. So reading in our model, which we've trained and we've saved out today. And then also the Flask app that actually applies that model. We will talk about the file structure that you want to have for both Heroku and Google Cloud. Each service has like specific assumptions about what's going to be in your files and what those files will be named and where they'll be. So we'll talk about that just so it works. And I'll give you guys a little skeleton that you can fork and then update. And then we'll get our apps running and you'll be able to query your APIs. And that will be very exciting. I'm looking forward to it. All right, I got about 10 minutes for questions. So I think Jessica is handling questions. Or possibly Addison, since that's who I see right now.
Right. Hey, Rachel.
Hey, Addison.
A couple questions. Actually, we only have about 5 minutes because we're preparing for our next session here in just a moment. But I think we might be able to squeeze in 2 here. First one from Bassem Tawfik. This came yesterday right after the end of your first session, which was, is API suitable for dynamic programming optimization problems, or is it meant only to access pre-trained models?
Yeah, so I talked about that a little bit. I think that absolutely you could do that with an API. I wouldn't recommend doing that with an API specifically for what we're doing now, just because I'm worried that you might get saddled with compute costs that you weren't expecting. But yes, I'm also not the best person to ask about optimization problems because it's not an area of my expertise.
No, totally understood. And actually, since we're already done presenting, you can go ahead and stop sharing your screen.
Oh yeah, of course. Sorry. You don't want to stare at my beautiful function.
We've been having people discuss in the chat all about some of them stuck with you with Python but lost you with the R and vice versa. So maybe they do need a little bit extra of it. And then the next question here is from Deepak Mittal. Why do you use Flask instead of Django?
That is an excellent question. So for those of you who aren't familiar, there's a couple of app building frameworks in Python. Flask and Django are probably the 2 most commonly used. Django is a little bit more fully featured. It has a really simple way of adding authentication and dealing with other things like that. Flask is a little bit more streamlined. There's fewer things to do. It's smaller. You have to build more things yourself. So I guess Flask would be like Legos and Django would be like Playmobil, where it's sort of in terms of friendliness of getting to the point where you have a house you can put dolls in.
That's how I understand it. I appreciate that metaphor.
Yeah, the reason that I picked Flask is because the minimal example of a Django app is just bigger. There's more code to look at, and I wanted to have the simplest possible example for people to look at. Because the first time I started writing an app, I was completely overwhelmed. There were 80 files. There were so many nested subdirectories. I didn't know what anything did, and I found it personally really scary. So I picked Flask just because it's a little bit more bite-sized. But I have nothing against Django.
All right. Actually, we just had one more come in here right under the wire, and then we'll let you go and head off to our next session. This came in from Sriyam. I'm probably mispronouncing this. I apologize. Rangarajan, who said, "It's not clear about the scope of the package. So kernels, data sets, dependencies, and security. Does it move from a source like Kaggle to any destination, like OGC only? And what sort of is the security posture that this API supports?"
So we won't actually be serving anything from Kaggle. We're going to be serving it using a different service, either Heroku or Django, Heroku or GCP, sorry. They will handle some of the security. We're not doing any sort of authentication. Basically, we're going to take the code that we've written here and the models that we've trained on Kaggle and move completely off of Kaggle. So we won't be pretty much looking at Kaggle at all. And that's just because serving APIs is not something that Kaggle does. So more on that tomorrow is sort of my wishy-washy answer.
And a nice teaser for tomorrow. Rachel, thanks so much for the time. For all of you who may be tuning in live for the first time, Rachel's been kicking off all 3 of our days of CareerCon, finishing up tomorrow with a 1-hour-long API building workshop. So those of you who still have questions that you want to have answered, please feel free to again join our CareerCon Slack channel. We have individual channels for every session, and some of our session speakers have been able to step back in and answer those questions afterwards as well. So continue to ask your questions there. Rachel, thank you again for your time today. We'll actually see you later this afternoon. I know you're helping the session this afternoon, so we'll see you there in just a bit. For the rest of you who are tuning in online, we'll be back in just about 5 minutes at the top of the hour with a session on how to get your first interview, even if you feel like you don't have a lot of connection. So we'll see you then in just a bit.
Bye.
Hi everyone, I'm here with James Martin, the staffing lead responsible for data science and product analytics across all products at Google. After graduating college and moving to a new city, I didn't know anyone and was on the job hunt. It was a struggle, and I know that experience is not unique. It can feel overwhelming to try to get your foot in the door without a personal network to connect you to the right people or hiring managers. Breaking into a new industry is one of the hardest yet most common challenges that CareerCon attendees face today. James is here to share how to get your first data science interview with no personal connections. Handing it off to you, James.
Good morning. So today we're going to talk about some of the tips and best practices around getting your first interview in data science. So we're going to cover some of the challenges facing job seekers, some of the tips that you can practice and follow to get yourself noticed, and a few ideas generally on setting yourself up for success throughout the interview process. So I've been lucky to work in the data science staffing field for the last 7 years or so, and I've seen the differences in the function across industries and companies all over the world. Obviously, the industry has been evolving rapidly. The demand for hiring has been growing exponentially, and the function of data scientist has started to vary quite significantly. Um, I see that as a very prudent place to kind of start this discussion because we're approaching this from the perspective of how do I get my first interview? But in reality, it's how do I successfully pass my first interview? So to achieve either of those objectives, it's important to first take a look at what the job market tells us and how we can best prepare for success. So the world of data science. So data science is arguably one of the fastest growing job markets, and there's almost a tangible hype around the name. And this creates a challenging situation, as you'll find if you research data science job postings that in this day and age, almost anything and everything in analytics can be dubbed data science. Now, I'm not here to assess the validity of some roles versus others, but merely to draw attention to the fact that there may be roles titled data scientist that are in fact not. So when we're applying to jobs with no connections, there is some responsibility for identifying which roles are actually data scientists and which are titled so as a means of candidate attraction. In reality, data scientists can do almost anything given how broad the field is. The application of analytical techniques, identifying trends in data, making business recommendations, creating machine learning models, these all form part of what a traditional data scientist may do. The variety and the extent to which each of these areas is focused on can determine a lot about the skill set required and the expectations of the role. So for me, throughout the last 7 years working across this, I've always tried to think of the various roles within data scientists as being on a spectrum, with some functions or positions being more programming orientated and others being more geared towards kind of depth of analytics. Some may be user facing, back end, while others may be much more closely aligned to product development. So in this example, which is only an example, I could have put hundreds of titles on here, but you have machine learning engineers who might focus on coding, recursive neural networks, building and implementing algorithms, then sort of the traditional data scientist roles that focus heavily on applied statistics and kind of driving modeling through that statistical rigor. Other roles like product analytics or product data scientists are obviously closer to the product and kind of steering business questions through the use of statistics. And then data analysts, which are taking on more and more of the data science titles with functions spanning regression, dashboarding, data pipelining, again, sometimes being business, consumer, or back-end facing. And again, this isn't questioning the validity of one role versus the other, but simply highlighting that all of these functions may have some overlap, even share responsibilities, and that more and more are simply being called data scientists in job postings. So understanding this is really important for your career roadmap in terms of the direction that you're headed. And given that it's very typical to see these all being called data scientists, we have to understand that in reality, they all play a part in driving business decisions through the use of data. But clearly we can see just between these kind of 4 examples here that there are going to be a lot of potential limitations on applicants based on the function of the role and not the title. So the reality that we face is that while they may all be called data scientists in external postings, the functional nature of the work, the data and techniques used can be completely unique. A machine learning engineer or data scientist may be highly skilled in unsupervised deep learning with a heavy emphasis on implementation of models, while a statistician may be an expert in causal inference and a data analyst may be an expert in dashboarding and regression. And to be fair with this, one piece that is often overlooked here is not everyone wants, the coding heavy roles, but that's a very important aspect for others. So, with this context, and why I wanted to start here first, is getting your first interview in data science might not be quite as straightforward as you think. It can be considered almost impossible to display strengths in all of the areas that would satisfy every possible iteration of data science, from machine learning, programming, statistics, various types of analytics. So then how do we set ourselves up for success in one of the most competitive job markets globally? So the first place that I wanted to talk about here is research. So now that we know we have to make a concerted effort to ensure the jobs that we are applying for are actually aligned with our skill sets, our interests, and our goals, this is where research plays an important aspect in the job search. It isn't enough to just mass apply to any and every data science title. With a goal of standing out, getting noticed, we need to be sure that we're displaying related skill sets that can align with the expectations of the role itself to demonstrate suitability to whomever is reviewing the applications. So the tip here is to invest time in researching different job descriptions, specifically to determine the nuances of the role for a specific company or industry. With a clearer understanding of the differing responsibilities, the expectations, the stakeholders, the impact of the role, you are much better equipped to explain why you're a fit and the value that you can bring, thus immediately giving you a better chance of getting noticed, and ideally landing your job offer. So in addition to that, and this is kind of my favorite part about it, is it actually gives you some tangible evidence to support your own personal decision as to whether or not the role matches your expectations and career path. Although it is only one data point, and we know that that's not enough to form a solid hypothesis, but it can help to sort of piece together whether or not you feel holistically an opportunity is for you. So in this regard, it's fair to say that job descriptions are an invaluable resource. However, we do need to be aware of the fact that it's just one piece of the puzzle. So if job descriptions are, potentially biased or contain incomplete information, the question then becomes, how can we more accurately assess if a role is actually aligned with what we want to do as a career, or at the very least that it matches what we want, and we're a fit for the opportunity. So this is where detective skills come in handy. So using GitHub, using LinkedIn, searching for open source projects, that can help you find out more about what the data science teams at companies you're interested in are doing. And at the very least, will give you insight into whatever publicly available information there is, the skills and the experiences of existing team members. So assuming we followed the steps so far, we're aware that not every data scientist role is the same, and some may in fact not be aligned with your interest. We're able to identify where we can take our career. And that's super important because we're now in a position where we understand the roles we're looking for. And with the information we have of your experience, either academic or industry or self-taught, we can begin crafting your resume to demonstrate the skills and the experiences that you have gained that are in line with the expectations of the role rather than the title. I find this is a really important step in any application process. I think specifically with data science, particularly because for every opportunity you're applying for, there's thousands of applicants coming in. So this is a really clear path to standing out and getting yourself noticed. Paying particular attention to the themes of your experiences and education within whichever core area is, whether it's machine learning or programming or statistics or broadly speaking analytics, whatever aligns best with the opportunity you're interested in. An example of this done poorly would be applying to a highly statistical data science role with little or no information supporting the experience you have in applied statistics, either academic or industry. Conversely, if you have experience in those fields and you're presenting information on what you've learned, how you've applied it, you're going to have a stronger chance of getting recognized. One of the hidden benefits and kind of why I wanted to bring this piece up is this creates an opportunity for you to think holistically about your experience and become more adept at articulating your strengths from different perspectives. Now, this is directly relevant for some of the things we'll discuss later, which is how do you approach the interview itself? An example here would be if you're interviewing with a non-technical person and you're talking purely in the technical terms, you're probably not going to catch their attention as much as if you can present your experience anecdotally to a layperson. So when you've done this, your chances of standing out, getting your first interview are going to be much higher than a shot in the dark with mass applications. I agree. Yes, it does take more time and more investment, but operating in a targeted way should yield better results. So this gives us a better understanding of the job market, how we're selecting the job openings, and how we're presenting our experiences to maximize the opportunity to secure an interview. What else? um, this is something that is kind of very near and dear to me, and something that I admittedly was never very good at the start. And it kind of ties into the second part of the discussion, which is highlighting specifically that we don't have any industry connections to help us throughout the job search. And I want to preface this with the fact that it's not a prerequisite to getting a job. Yes, it can help, but many of the hires that I've seen over the last 7, 8 years haven't had any established networks in the field, whether through a career switch or through, you know, just having graduated and not having any networks outside of your college. And even in some instances, it isn't always helpful because those companies might not be hiring, or the connections might not be the right people to make a decision. Um, but networking is always a beneficial way to understand how the industry is developing, what skills are in demand, what companies are working on. And that gives us direction either for self betterment or to help us target more where we're applying for jobs in areas of high growth. So if you consider what I mentioned before, that the world of data science is vast and kind of ever expanding, but if you look at the example of a spectrum, like we can divide that big world into much smaller specialized communities with which we can engage. And these tend to be much more accessible and open through professional networking, open source projects, or industry events. So it's a really good way to consider how I'm actually trying to network, either through connections on LinkedIn or similar. So having a strong professional network presence on LinkedIn or GitHub or similar, following key industry figures, following blogs, an example, the unofficial Google Data Science blog, is a great resource to see what industry professionals are talking about, and it gives you a way into that conversation. Attending events is a great way to give you a platform with which to build genuine connections and real networks. Now, as I mentioned at the start of this slide, if you're like me and you aren't the naturally outgoing, gregarious type, the events are still very valuable to learn from the speakers. And this gives us an opportunity to follow up during or after the event on email, LinkedIn, or similar, with a targeted question about their topic, their presentation, their experience. And it's surprising how accessible and responsive I find people in this regard. The other benefit is there are literally hundreds, if not thousands, of data science events across the US and all over the world where industry leaders are talking, networking happens, new techniques are discussed, and typically some sort of recruiting will take place. So with no connections, this can be a really good way to kind of kickstart your career or your network, with potential advocates. A different approach to networking would be to rely on your alma mater. So connecting with groups from college, with professors who have backgrounds or connections in industry, just for guidance, really more than anything, is a really good way to kind of start things too. On top of that, most companies have some sort of affiliation with colleges, either for recruiting or project work. So those are some of the sort of the best practices to help you throughout the job search process and help kind of build your network. My preference in conversations like this is not to kind of stop short of, like, cool, how do I search and how do I apply, but really, when we've got to the point where people are responding to us, or we have an initial phone screen set up, like, what do we do next? So I wanted to focus briefly on what I think is a very important part and intrinsically linked to this is, how do we make sure we're setting ourselves up for success when we actually have an interview scheduled? So let's assume you've followed all the steps we've kind of talked about. You've successfully got your first interview. What can you do to make sure you're giving yourself the best chance to shine? So as a general rule, and I've done this forever, I advise a 3-step process to preparing for any interview, whether it's your first or your 101st. Begin with knowing your resume inside out. This is the first piece of information that any interviewer or screener will have. And that is likely where your first couple of questions are going to come from, either as icebreakers or let's get to know each other. So really make sure that you're investing time in putting in related examples from your job industry experience or from academia that can help demonstrate the strengths in the technical and non-technical aspects of the role. The second, and I actually find this really fun, but we know that going into an interview, there is going to be a mix of theoretical and practical questions in your core area, whether it's statistics or data intuition or machine learning or programming. Focus on the themes of what have you done, how did you do it, and how could you have done it differently. Now, this to me is probably relatively unique for how most people will prepare for interviews, but it gives you the opportunity to prepare yourself for questions that are coming from different angles. Now, it's really easy whenever we're sitting down and thinking, right, I've done X, Y, and Z, and I know I'm going to get a question on it. So this is the question I think I'm going to get. And you're doing it regardless of best intentions. You're doing it from your perspective of what do I think they're going to ask me. But if you consider other approaches, other methodologies, it kind of gives you the opportunity to demonstrate the depth in your core area, but also the breadth of your skill set through an appreciation for different approaches or solutions. And on top of that, it helps you kind of frame everything with this critical rationale or critical thinking um, while you're communicating through uncertainty. The next piece here is trying to enjoy the process. Now I realize this is probably a controversial tip, but I've always found that people are at their best when they feel relaxed and they're comfortable with I guess, the kind of the flow of questions. And the easiest way to do this, like the interview at the end of the day is like, it's your time to shine. It's your time to talk about everything you've done in your career to get you to this point. And interviewers are not probing necessarily to trip you up. They only know you from your resume. And that's never going to be enough to capture who you are as a person or the value you can bring beyond just some words in a page. So the best way to practice is practice. So talking about your work, talking about your ideas, your areas for development, how you can address them. Think about how you would actually assess the work or the experiences that you've had. What could you have done differently? Like an example would be like, would it have yielded different results, or would the results have been the same, but the narrative was different? What if the parameters of the project had changed? What if the variables were different? What would you have done? So this is really for me super important, because one thing we have to recognize, like if there are so many different iterations of data science, that we have to also assume that one company and another company will have a different definition of what that role will do. So therefore, generating fresh perspectives, being open to trying new things, it's going to help avoid pigeonholing your experience into one bucket. Now, I appreciate all of that might sound like an exercise of futility, as almost anything could be different at any point, but practicing this forces you to think about scenarios from a different perspective. And that grows your ability to handle difficult questions because you've already started thinking in that way. And then you can focus on enjoying the conversation, or trying to enjoy the conversation, and really shifting the perspective of the interview to assessing whether you want to join instead of solely hoping to impress the interviewer. So, in summary, remember that the data science job market is constantly evolving. The demand for data scientists is continuing to expand. And with that, the functions that are called data scientists are also growing and evolving. Being aware of this, being aware of your skill sets, understanding the industry further in terms of the type of role you're looking for, the direction you want to take your career, how you can best present your resume, that will all help you stand out in a highly competitive field. Taking an active approach. Now, I emphasize the word active approach to all of this, right? Now, whether that's networking or making sure that you're following up on posts or blogs with targeted questions, attending events, looking for open source projects, really just trying to create visibility for yourself on professional networking sites. This helps you grow your pool of advocates or associates and your presence in the industry that at some point will give you information that can help you within your search. The next piece, creating tailored resumes. Preparing thoughtfully to discuss and assess your experiences is a great way to instill confidence in yourself that you can articulate the value that you can bring to any organization. And finally, the job market moves quickly, right? So practicing, interviewing, or discussing will pay dividends in creating that consistent theme of, I know my elevator pitch, I know how to present my work, I know how to talk about the value that I can bring. Interviews shouldn't be a dreaded exercise that kind of create anxiety. Being nervous is fine, right? It's very natural, but just remember that this is your opportunity to shine. It's your opportunity to talk about yourself, committing to and trusting the process. I know that's very cliched and cheesy, but it's okay to be disheartened, right? If 1 or 100 opportunities don't work out. If something doesn't work out, it just means not right now, not forever. Learning from your experiences and applying those to improve your chances over time is always going to be the best course of action. Thank you for listening today. I hope this was useful. I'm happy to connect on LinkedIn. I'll be available to answer any questions. And lastly, if anyone is interested in opportunities with Google, please visit the career site for data science. We just had a revamp, so hopefully it's easier to navigate. My team reviews all of the applicants. So yeah, thank you all so much.
Hi, James.
Hi.
Thanks for an awesome presentation on job tips and interviewing. Let's move into the Q&A portion of the talk now. We have a couple of questions from our community. The first question is from Purva Huigal. Purva's question is, what is the trade-off between developing projects based on keywords which are usually in the job description versus developing projects based on your own likes and passion?
So it's a really good question. I think the advice here has to be like you want to follow your career in an area that you actually want to do, right? Just trying to tailor your resume in the sense of I'm only going to do projects that are aligned with the most common themes. Maybe that pays dividends, but is it really going to make you happy? I think the answer really has to be whichever area or field of data science or generally in your career you're interested in, you want to follow, what's in your heart with it. And I think the core really is understanding, are the projects you're doing aligned with a specific area of data science? Or is it that your perspective of what you think you want to do versus what you enjoy doing are not aligned, and maybe you kind of need to take a step back and think about, where do I actually want to take my career?
Yeah, totally agree there. Our next question is from Tom F. Tom F asks, with the level of technical skills data science takes, why do you think there are so many resumes per job?
So that's again a very good question. I think it's really the hype around data science. One of the interesting things, particularly from my previous role, was you tend to see a lot of people wanting to transition their career towards data science, and it's all based on kind of this like very narrow, this is my understanding of data science, and not really seeing the job industry as a whole. And that's kind of why I wanted to anchor on, make sure you're taking time to read the job descriptions, because it really does give you a sense of, what does data science mean to this company, or what does this role mean for the data science function in this company? And that then allows you to put yourself in a position of, is this the right direction I'm going? But the reality is, data science as an industry is growing so quickly that I think everyone wants to be a part of it. And with a little bit more work in terms of how we're tailoring the approaches, that you can start to see some of the very highly technical roles that require a lot of programming may not be the best suited fit for some people, or even what they want to do. But because it's called a data scientist, they might naturally want to move in that direction, as opposed to, well, what roles could data science be? And am I more suited to a different area?
Yeah, totally agree there, James. Data science is such a broad field. And like you said, a very important point that it's also quickly growing. So sometimes these definitions change day to day.
It really is. I felt bad only putting four four titles in the examples, because like I could literally have chosen 100 and still wouldn't have covered everything, right? It's such a huge space.
Yeah, totally agree there. Our next question is from Deepak Patel. So Deepak asks, most data science jobs, like you said, are very different. So How should we prepare for a particular data science job? Should we do the research first and learn accordingly, or should we actually learn first and then find either one or many data science jobs accordingly? So
So
this is
if
a chicken or egg problem. Do we do research first and find job, or other way around?
So I think it's kind of a mix of both, right? My guidance would be at the very outset of a job search, start looking at different job descriptions to get a sense of what am I actually applying for. And the idea behind that message is not, hey, I want you to invest a ton of time up front and then just waste it all if you don't get an interview. It's the more research you do and the more understanding you have of the job industry, the easier it's going to be for you to target your approach, tailor your resume, and prepare for that interview. Because and kind of what I alluded to, right? You can't generally prepare for 50 different data science job interviews because they could all have different skews or slants on the specific function in that company, right? So it's kind of a mix of both. I think finding a role that sounds interesting, finding a company that interests you, and then just taking the time to figure out, is this what I can do? Can I bring value to this? And focusing your search that way.
Yeah, great answer there. Another very similar chicken or egg problem from Jacob Miller is, so one common theme in Career Con is talking about career switching and building your portfolio using more online resources.
Mhm.
Jacob asks, should our time be better spent on, say, taking more MOOCs or online courses, or accumulating projects slash working on a portfolio?
Um, so personally, I think that open source projects and building your portfolio is a great way to demonstrate practical applications of what you've done. I don't see them as mutually exclusive because learning or courses or further education is building the theoretical knowledge with which you can exercise that practical muscle. Um, I feel like I'm going for the most neutral answer here, but in reality, it has to be a dual approach, right? It's not like all or nothing. I think searching for open source projects that you can immediately dive into, doing research on them to see, is there anything maybe that's just a step beyond that if I did some extra coursework I would be able to tackle. Like all of that is kind of building momentum and furthering your career.
For sure, James. Yeah, I think what you're alluding to, which is, I think, something that I also personally observe between myself and my friends, also is that oftentimes we think of it as, do we do one thing or another? But really, it sort of all goes hand in hand together.
Yep.
It tends to be all at once. Maybe today you just start with one of the things, but tomorrow
Yep.
you're working on the other, right?
It's kind of the unfair answer is do everything.
Yeah,
It's not just, here's the simple A to B route. It's kind of just breadth of experience, right? I don't think it's possible to be an expert in every single area, but if you're able to demonstrate a core strength in one of the fields for the role you're applying for, and you have a broad, either practical or theoretical knowledge, you can kind of build on that throughout your career.
awesome. Great advice. Our next question is from Mike Lane. Mike asks, what tips do you have for a whiteboarding interview?
um, so there's not really a specific, like, you must do this. My advice going into any whiteboarding, given just the nature of how you're building everything out, and this kind of goes for any technical interview, right, is the sole focus is going to be, do you understand the question? What is your methodology for figuring it out? How independent are you in coming to the solution? And are you showing that there is only one solution, or are you able to display that there's different ways that you can do it? Now, in the sense of whiteboarding, where you're actually doing it right there, my guidance would be just make sure that you fully understand the question, that you're thinking and taking time, right? It's okay to say, can I have a minute, and just make sure I'm building this the right way
Mhm.
before you're diving straight into it. Kind of the same with most tests. So just making sure that you're taking time at the start and that you're reviewing it, and ask for tips, ask for help if you need help, right? Again, the interviewers are not there to trip you up. And a big part of kind of the realistic expectation in a job, unless you're like at the very end or you're a master of data science or whatever it is, right? You're always always going to need help or support or guidance in some of the projects you're working on. So there's nothing wrong with asking for that in your interview. If you understand the core fundamentals of the question and you're confirming or clarifying aspects of the question, that's absolutely the way I would go.
Yeah. So we talked a little bit about MOOCs earlier, and as a follow-up question to that, Ken Osborne asks, do you think that MOOCs are valuable to put on a resume? And also, if so, is it better to list it in education or experience?
I guess that would depend on how you're kind of relaying what you've done throughout your career, right? If this is, the primary experience when it comes to the field of data science, then yeah, I would put that in experience. If it's a supplementary piece where you already have industry experience as a data scientist, then I would put it under education.
Great. Lucy Tan asks, what is a common mistake that you see a lot of applicants make that may negatively affect their application the most?
In terms of their resume,
Yes, I assume so.
most common mistake, I think, is probably not tailoring your resume. And I don't mean like changing every single word to have like data science appear 100
Mhm.
times, but I think there's a general perspective in the market that there's so many applicants for every role that it is kind of a shot in the dark, and that maybe your resume isn't being reviewed. So there's kind of less emphasis on, am I presenting accurate information for the job I'm applying to? So sometimes just making sure that you're really trying to demonstrate. Oh, sorry, I'm getting a thing here that audio's out. Can you hear me okay?
You're actually a little bit quiet right now.
Can you hear me now?
Maybe a little bit louder.
Is that any better?
Um, any chance you could do it a little bit closer?
Yes. Have it right here. Is that
Okay.
better?
You're still a little bit quiet for some reason.
Hmm. Hang on. Does that work? No?
I think it's a little bit better than before.
Okay. So remind me the question again. The most common mistake on applications?
Yes,
Yeah.
and our
I
resumes.
think it's just not tailoring the approach for a specific role and making sure you're highlighting the experience for that position.
Mhm. Great. Yeah, I love all the questions that our attendees have been asking today. Thank you so much, James, for your really helpful presentation as well as the Q&A. James will be online in the Slack channel offline for more questions. So feel free to go and go to our CareerCon Slack channel and send your questions there and chat further with James. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
It is time for one of the most rewarding and probably also the most humbling sessions of our conference, resume and portfolio analysis. We brought in a panel of experts in data science hiring and recruiting to provide some feedback, good, bad, or otherwise, on selected resumes. We've asked them to share their honest opinions, and like last year, it's going to be tough, but really helpful and rewarding. So first, I'd like to thank so many of you for submitting resumes for review. Our team has selected 3 that we believe are representative of the diverse profiles that we have here today. But before we jump in, let me introduce our panel. First off is Wenting Sun. She's a lead data scientist at Ericsson. She has her PhD in visual sensing and servoing and leads a team at Ericsson to develop cutting-edge AI and ML applications in telecommunication domain, especially in 5G. She also drives the activities of Ericsson's active contribution in AI and ML open source platforms, Acunos. Joe Rohner is a chief technologist in Booz Allen Hamilton's Digital and Analytics Strategy Innovation Group, focused on delivering data science, artificial intelligence, and analytics solutions. He holds a bachelor's degree in statistics and an MBA from San Diego State University, and he also holds a master's certification in business analytics from Indiana University in Bloomington. And thirdly is Wendy Kahn, who's a data scientist and developer advocate on Kaggle's data science and machine learning competitions team. She has a PhD in biomedical engineering from the University of Texas at Austin and a BS/MS in electrical engineering. Wendy, Wenting, and Joe, thank you for volunteering your time today. We're glad to have you.
Glad to be here.
I'm going to go ahead and ask you a couple questions as we kick things off. Wenting, we'll start with you here to start off. Could you share some about the data science teams you work on? What do you do in your current role day to day? And what type of data science or machine learning roles is your company currently hiring for or looking for?
Sure. So we're internally organized as a cross-functional team. So we have a few data scientists working with data engineers and software engineers, and we work on a comprehensive project together. And then in my team, we're looking for basically full stack data scientists and data engineers. And then if the candidates have specialties in a specific area with in-depth knowledge, of course, that'll be always preferable. So we work on diverse set of problems, and it's very challenging and interesting. The team dynamics is also very important for us in terms of how we look at the candidates.
That's great. That's really good. So thank you, Wenting. Joe, would you like to answer the same question for us, please?
Yeah. So first off, I love working at Booz Allen. I think we have a really differentiated data science path here because we're 105 years old with our roots in consulting. So we're a consultant and we're data scientists at the same time. So ultimately, we're going into client organizations rather than servicing our own. And it makes it interesting because our clients are on a journey. AI, deep learning, machine learning, everyone wants to do it right now. But they know the buzzwords, but they may not understand the journey to get there. So at Booz Allen, we're helping them on the journey, understanding their resources. And sometimes we know the art of the possible, but we've got to take a step back and get them there. We primarily work in the federal space. We also have a commercial practice and a cyber practice. I'm out on the West Coast. And right now I'm really focused on helping Department of Defense agencies become data-centric, making decisions with data. We're doing deep learning application to help them understand a multitude of their different data sets and whatnot. So we're full gambit from full-on strategy, day in, day out on how we're going to get there with governance, to the full application of deep learning and neural nets and kind of seeing what we can figure out.
Great. Yeah, we mentioned in an earlier session, the joke seems to be in the business world of the buzzword chart, playing bingo. The free space still seems to be machine learning and artificial intelligence. So we're happy about that. And Wendy, from the Kaggle/Google side, why don't you give us your thoughts as well?
Sure. Hi, everybody. I'm Wendy. I'm a data scientist on the competitions team. Our day-to-day work involves working with customers on their data problems to find their problems. Everything that the competition participants don't do, we do, from forming the data problem to picking the metric, to how to improve data quality, how to ensure data is correctly formatted, how to prevent leakage, all the way to interacting with the community, making sure that they're solving the right problem with, acceptable methods. So yep, that's what I do.
Excellent. So I want to ask all of you one overarching question before we get into the nitty-gritty of the resumes. Wendy, we'll start back with you again, or we'll start with you this time. If you had to give a a best practice, or maybe even a worst practice that you typically see of a successful data science candidate's profile? What would you say?
For me personally, for generally when we were hiring data scientists at Kaggle, I like to see, for me, I like to see a strong profile at Kaggle. It doesn't have to be that they have won a ton of competitions, but just being exposed to very different types of data problems is a big plus for me. So that's the first thing that I look at. It's not necessary, but it's definitely a big plus to show that this person is curious about different problems, and just has a.
If I may just to clarify that, when you say different problems, do you mean problems across multiple industries or multiple data types or different technologies?
All of them, to show that either a pattern of somebody's competition or just Kaggle activity shows what kind of problems they're interested in. If they're very curious across the board or very focused on particular type of problem, they're both fine. I just wanted to see that they're curious and interested. So that's one of the first things that I look at. It's not a requirement, but it's a big plus.
No, that's great. Yeah.
One of the things is for a resume, for sure. I like to see, also not a requirement. I think these days nothing is like you have to have this minimum. But I like to see this person having some, science technology related background. Either it's education or MOOC or something. To see that this person is exposed to these type of things. Having a lot of Kaggle competition is great, but a lot of times I have come across with candidates where they actually know how to hack the problem, but don't know why they're doing it. So I think sometimes having that background or taking a class or something in theory helps you, or is a signal for me that this person would know why they're doing certain things. So these are the main things that I look at.
That's great. Jill, how about you want to share with us maybe what's one of the worst things that a candidate that you've seen across candidate profiles?
Yeah, so I guess a red flag to me when I look at a resume is if you start seeing all of the buzzwords on it and they just seem to be there without anything to back them up. There's no application. There's no way they applied it. They didn't do a Kaggle competition like Wendy said. If they make it past that and the buzzwords are there, we're going to figure it out in the first 5 minutes because we're going to go into depth and we're going to ask, to that point that Wendy made, why did you do this? There's too many data scientists or aspiring data scientists, maybe they don't deserve the title of data scientist, that just take open source as it is, plug some data in, get the answer, and that's the answer. Well, you got to know why you arrived at that answer. And did we need to fine tune it? And what were the parameters? And what were the risks? And there's a tendency to see a ton of buzzwords right now that are out there without anything to back it up. And it comes out in the interviews for sure.
That's great. All good answers. Hopefully not too many people cringing at home while they're watching. Wenting, actually, I'm going to start with you with our first specific resume. I'll hand over to you in just a moment, Wenting. For those of you who are watching along as well, in the link below, we do have a link to our Slack channel. A few of the members of our panel are going to be available to answer questions you may have, as well as some time at the end, we'll be answering some questions live. But we're going to take a look at 3 of the resumes. I know we've already seen some messages come in saying, was mine picked or not? These are the 3 that we're looking at. We believe they represent a good portion of those who are attending. We're going to walk through a few questions each. And so this first resume is going to be on our screen. We'll cover some of the highlights here, if I can give a quick summary. It's a computer science student, electrical engineering and computer science undergraduate, about to graduate, intern at a large finance company, sort of building software and analytics dashboards. They have research experience analyzing medical data for a large research project, interned at several schools and research facilities, managing security, and has ranked in several programming and math competitions. So this is on the screen here. Wenting, I'm going to ask you first. We'll give you just a moment, and we'll also give our folks watching at home a moment to skim through this as well. But what first stands out as being very strong about this applicant?
Well, I think the project and the research experience looks like it's interesting, but I mean, this will definitely be the questions that we'll ask about during the interview, during the actual interview.
Okay. Okay. I think that's very helpful. And also, if this person were applying for a role at Ericsson, what level would you put this person at? Would it be entry? Would it be junior data scientist, senior data scientist? What would you expect here?
Well, I think most likely it's going to be a junior because I don't see a lot of work experience for a candidate to be able to qualify for mid-level, even senior data scientist. The candidate has to have, breadth of different type of project experience. So I would like to say junior.
Okay. I think it's good. Joe, let me ask you this one. What types of roles in data science or machine learning or artificial intelligence do you think this person would be a good fit for given their current experience?
Well, it looks like this person, there's not much details on the exact project. So I think most likely a full stack junior data scientist to, start working on several projects and, get some experience before, we assign this person to specific areas.
Okay, I think that's great. Now, Wendy at Kaggle, I'm gonna let you be the bad person this time. What are some areas that you think could be improved upon? What are some areas that are weak? What are some areas that you might want to see removed or rephrased?
All right, so why do you do this to me? Actually, first thing I wanted to say that is very interesting. I actually didn't spend that much time digging into this one, but it stands out to me that this person did a bunch of internship and work experience before he or she started on this college. He or she is still doing the bachelor's degree, but like it started in 2016. But a lot of aerospace controls intern started in 2015. And there was a School of Medicine, Ophthalmology, Neuroscience intern of using MATLAB doing analysis was 2014. So I thought that was interesting. So I would dig into it during the interview to understand a little more about this person's journey. Maybe they are one of those that didn't have to finish a college degree and had a ton of work experience, but decided that they needed the degree after all. So that's the first thing that I noticed is kind of hidden. So I feel like if that is the case, for this person, it did not stand out from the resume. I had to, it stood out to me, but it's not very obvious. Then this person should make it stand out a little more that maybe they have a lot of experience before going to college, because you'll be put into the new grad or even pre-new grad intern category given this experience. The other thing is, for me, what is wrong? You asked me.
Yeah,
what I wanted to do. I feel like I like the hackathons and competitions section. I feel like I haven't heard of a lot of them. And when I was looking at it, maybe this person has the links, but it was anonymized maybe. So I didn't see the links. I would like to click on the links and see what these competitions and hackathons were about and dig in a little more to have a better grasp of this person's technical ability. What I would think that this person seems pretty good at programming, I would put this person as a more on the software engineering side, but I really want to know the code quality of this person to see if I want to proceed.
So Wendy, if I may ask you a follow-up on that, when you say you want to get more information on their hackathon or their competition background, are there certain types of hackathons or competitions that people should maybe not include if they feel like they just have to add space?
Yeah, if it's something that you're very proud of, put it in there. If you have joined 200 Kaggle competitions, then maybe don't list all of them. I think it's good to have some diversity to show that you're capable of doing different things. Like, for example, if you have some NLP experience, and the other thing is completely different, it's like a reinforcement learning competition. You want to put it in there to show that you have breadth of them. I think I like the mathematics Olympiads, even though this was probably in high school, it feels like, but I'm not sure. I think it's good to put in there, but I do sometimes see people put like your, you're 10 years after graduating college and your high school performance is still in there, then that's kind of like a little strange for me, at least.
Okay. I think that's definitely very helpful. Joe, I'm going to turn things over to you here. Would you agree with Wenting's initial assessment that this is a junior role? Would you think it would be an entry role? And then sort of the next question there would be what types of positions, if they're applying at Booz Allen Hamilton, or if you are perhaps facilitating a hire for one of your DoD clients, something like that, what type of role would you put this person in?
Yeah, so I definitely agree that this appears to be a junior hire just based on the work history and the fact that they're still getting their bachelor's degree. So that's where my mind goes immediately. The interesting thing for me on this resume, and this is to your question of kind of where would I place them, their work experience is great, but it's very diverse. And there's no right way to do a resume, but this resume to me almost needs like a objective statement in it. Cause I don't know if you want to be a software dev. I don't know if you want to help me build the pipes. Are you a data engineer? I don't see anything about algorithm development on this, but I see a whole bunch of all over the place on this resume. So I think an objective statement would help me as a hiring manager understand where I might put them. Based on what I see, I'm really seeing this more probably on the dev side, supporting our data science solutions on getting the pipes in place, the data management, the munging, the engineering. I don't really see the machine learning algorithm development here. I see the coursework and whatnot, but I don't necessarily see it in the work experience at this point.
Sure. Let me ask you a follow-up question on that. Just personally, I'd heard conflicting advice on the idea of an objective statement, where I've heard a lot of people who've been in charge of hiring saying, the objective is to get the job. Why are you putting an objective statement? It's wasting space on a resume. Would you elaborate a little bit more on when it might be appropriate to include something like an objective and when it may not?
Yeah, so I think first off, everyone's going to give conflicting advice, and I don't think an objective statement is a be-all on every single resume. I think on this resume, it would help me because of the diversity that's there. So that's why I might say, go ahead and do this. But I do agree, if you have a very defined work experience and you're trying to keep everything to one page, the objective statement is not the most important thing on the resume. But in this case, I think it could help this resume to help me better understand where this candidate is going.
Sure, and it's great. And this is a question I'll ask for all three of you, since you just mentioned it, Joe, and I saw this coming up from Raja Lakshmi Ramesh asked, is it necessary the resume be a single page? A pretty quick answer, and you may have differing opinions. But,
so I guess I'll start. No, it doesn't have to be a single page, but if we're going to a second page, the content better be worth it. Like that's just the golden rule. Like if you have really good content, you can't get it in one page, go to two. I've had 17 pages resumes and they are gone in a second. So what you put in front of me better be worth the real estate, I guess.
Right. Wenting and Wendy, would you agree with that, or would you have a different thought?
I don't think you need to have exactly one page, but I think it's very important to have the resume very organized and highlight the portion that is relevant to the role that you're applying to. So I kind of agree with Joe. Yeah, short and sweet.
Wendy, would you have anything else to add there?
Yeah, similar. It's nice to, it's nice that it's short and gives me more time to focus on other things. But I think it's totally reasonable if somebody has a lot of work experience for the resume to be long. So I don't think I have a set rule here.
Sure. And so let me kind of ask, as a little bit of a summary on this one, as we move over to our second one here. If this individual were applying for a junior role as junior data science, maybe an entry-level position, maybe a junior data analyst, something like that, what would you say to this person that would make their resume more attractive, or do you think it's good to get them to that first interview?
Well, I think a couple of projects, like details on what kind of accomplishment they have with those projects, will definitely stand out. And some specifics on how this approach is helping with the end objective of the project definitely will worth a second look from either the first screeners or the interviewers.
That's great. Wendy, what about you? What do you think?
Yeah, skip me for this one.
All right, Joe, I'll let you have your final thought.
Two things on this resume that I think could make it stronger. And I'm being constructive here, so I'm not as critical as it's going to come off. We're trying to be beneficial. I think the selected coursework could be replaced with the skills area, which I think we'll see on a future resume. The coursework is great, but sometimes it's so ambiguous. I don't really understand what the candidate did. So I would change that out. And the hackathon and competitions, absolutely love that. Love to see a passion, love to see people doing things outside of academics and whatnot. I will tell you, I got distracted by 12th to 43, within top 15, fifth. Like, tell me what you did and tell me why it was so great. If you got first place, tell me you got first place. But don't distract me with numbers, I guess.
Sure. And before we move on to the next one, there was a question that came in that is a little bit applicable here, and you somewhat addressed it already. Maha asked, how can I make my resume more attractive? By loading with projects or by loading with training certificates? So Joe, I'll let you continue that question, the train of thought. Maybe the question of projects and training certificates, project, and even continuing with academics or skills. If you have to make that trade-off, which one do you think is more important to be seen?
I think you have to look at the portfolio of all of them together and where you have duplicity. So if you have the same advancement of certificates, show the most advanced certificate in machine learning, not the beginning one. If your projects are similar, talk about your best NLP project, don't talk about 4 of them. You're just trying to get to the interview. So you get to put a piece of paper in front of me. I just need to see one really good tidbit that's going to make me say yes. And then once you're in the room, we can hit on whatever you want.
Sure. Wenting or Wendy, either one of you have any additional thoughts on that? On the question of projects versus technical certificates or coursework or MOOCs or things like that that are added in there?
I think for me, it's whatever you put in there better tell a good story. So it's not specific to like, I need more projects or I need a certificate. It's when you put something on it, it tells me, like, it's conveying a message to me. So if you say that I have graduated 20 years ago, but I have taken this nano degree from Udacity these 2 years and I finished all these coursework, it tells me that you are an experienced engineer in the industry and you are willing to learn new things. That's very valuable. So I think it's the message you want to convey in each thing that you put in. So that's my best bet.
That's really good.
Yeah.
Sorry, the other thing, sorry.
Well, yeah, go ahead, Wendy.
The other thing that I was looking at the resume again, and I dug out another thing that I like, that it didn't stand out. So I guess to answer your previous question of how this person could better put the resume, is this automated portfolio management, blah, 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 with these tools, reducing time from 2 months to 1 hour. Like, that stands out to me. That is a very good point. And I would love this person to work on some things that I can already think of things. But it did not, like I've been looking at this resume for the past hour or so, did not stand out to me. So I think the tool there is not necessarily that important. It's the message. So I would really love this person to, I think you have a lot of stuff in here. It just needs to be reorganized and try different things out such that it clicks with me a little more.
That's great. Wenting, actually, I'm going to hold off on this one. I'm going to start with you for our next resume. For the sake of time, I'm going to make sure that we're able to move on.
Yeah.
So we're going to pull up our second resume here. Let's walk through our brief highlights for those who are seeing this for the very first time. This is a current PhD candidate in biomedicine. They've worked with a lot of graduate research, has data science experience at a startup, a lot of BI analytics as well, has done some teaching as a course instructor in data science, has a personal project in developing algorithms identify orca whale sounds, as well as a lot of leadership with organizations specifically focused on women in data science and technology. So Wenting, this time I'm going to let you be the bad person, and why don't you lead off with some of the things that could use improvement, and then we'll switch over to some of the things that really stand out.
Right. So I think this resume looks to me that it has a pretty decent uh, overview of this person's experience. I think the problem with this is there's no specific descriptions on the projects. So different from Wendy, I am very focused on the project experience because I think that tells you a lot about this person's work style, this person's discipline in terms of applying data science. So I like to see some specifics mentioned with short 16 paragraphs and then explain what is accomplished and what specific techniques that is unique in this approach. A little bit on that. I think that is kind of missing this resume.
Okay. It's actually a question that was asked that I think applies here, and it goes back to a little bit about what you were saying earlier, Joe. Daniel Dantas asked, how technical should resume bullet points be? High-level, readable accomplishments to allow comprehension even for non-technical readers, or should it be a sort of a mountain of technical keywords and details leave the reader feeling like you probably have the technical knowledge they're seeking? So the question seems to have a little bit of a bias and towards what Joe, you mentioned. You don't want to just see buzzwords galore, but at the same time, should you be oversimplifying it if somebody may not be that technical reading it? Wenting, I'll ask that question to you first. I know Joe mentioned it a little bit as well. So what would you look for in terms of the level of detail and how technical someone's bullet point should be?
Right. So I think we really don't like people who are putting a bunch of the buzzwords there because if you put everything there, most likely you don't know anything very, very well. So, so what we like to do is to screen the resume and look at whether this person has a certain focus and then have some substance in the projects, in the descriptions of the past data science experience they had. And we're looking at the breadth and depth. So the breadth is, we wanted to have a lot of knowledge in this domain, but we certainly wanted to have certain depth. And that can be really reflected by how the project is explained in the resume itself. As I mentioned many times, we do look specific details. And if you put on NLP and if you don't understand word embedding, then you're going to be in trouble when you are being interviewed.
Right. Right. That's really important. And I think we're seeing here, and Joe, you mentioned this earlier, there is a skill section with that technical ability. But also, like I said, I'll sort of turn this into a question. And Wenting, I'll continue with you for this one specifically. Listing out a list of skills. So I'm not a data scientist, but I come from more the business side. And if somebody were to put on their resume, I'm proficient in Microsoft Word, you would think, well, yes, we would hope that you would be proficient in Microsoft Word. Do you really need to include that? To what degree, when it comes to an industry that has a much broader array of technical requirements, would you want to see some things like I'm good at data warehousing and feature engineering and data analysis? Or do you think that all those things are necessary to show the breadth of skill set? So
can I answer that?
Yeah. Sorry, I was keeping it on you for a moment.
Yeah. Okay. So I remember there was a study that was analyzing, telling the truth or not, right? So in I think the research came out to say that for people who are telling the truth, you were able to elaborate on the details, especially on some of those policing interrogations, right? But not necessarily applicable in this particular situation. But as I mentioned, detail speaks a lot. Not necessarily on the keyword, but how exactly you have applied certain technique is very important. And then the key metrics. So people who have done it normally will put in more details. So it's very important for the candidate to highlight those details if you can in a short, succinct way, as I mentioned many times.
That's great. Wendy, I'm gonna hand things over to you now to do things a little bit. I know you want to be the nice person on this one. And yesterday we had a session specifically on moving from PhD to more of a business type of role or to an industry role. This is a PhD candidate, and I want to get your thoughts as well as where would you put this person in terms of entry level, junior, and I guess as a side question that was asked by Esteban Escobar, is there a difference between entry level or junior? And also what else stands out to you on this resume that you've liked and maybe even that you don't like?
First of all, I really like this resume. It reads really easy, helps me dig into more information in this. It's just like reads very nicely. One of my first question was like, you're still currently in the PhD program. What are you gonna do with that? You're working at all these companies. Are you gonna finish it? But that's more of my style of interview. I try to chat with the candidate to make them a little more comfortable, so they can perform better. Anyway, so I wanted to know what this person's trying to do with their PhD degree. Feels like I'm assuming from this resume that this person might not be very interested in finishing it, because like they're trying to do all these other jobs and it's not necessarily related to pure biomedicine. Although I have a biomedical engineering degree, so it's like I feel like my study was very related to the engineering world. So that would be the first thing that I put out there of like, what are you trying to do here? I want to know. It's not like I want to know if you're good enough. I just generally want to know what they're trying to do. Is it, I want to find any job in the industry, or I'm kind of still interested in finishing this degree and explore both worlds. That's fine with me too. Just wanted to know. I really can't give you a solid answer of what level this candidate is, because it feels to me that this candidate has a lot of real world experience already. So I think it'll have to be judged by a more in-depth technical interview, of like, a little more of the tests on the person's kind of ability in math, ability to actually, carry on a project from end to end and work independently, or do you need a lot of hand-holding? Do you need somebody to make decisions every step and then have you work on each module? I think that would be what I gauge with the level of this candidate. Really, I can't really have a conclusion just from reading a resume.
Well, let me ask you this, Wendy, and then Joe, I want to hand things over to you because I have another follow-up for you, Joe, with this. Is there something that this candidate could add to their resume to try to answer that question? Because as Dan mentioned yesterday, Dan Becker mentioned in a session yesterday, sometimes you could be receiving hundreds of emails and hundreds of applications, and you say it'd be great to interview them, but this resume could look like a lot of others. What could they add to their resume to show, yeah, I deserve to get to that interview next step?
I think that's a different question, right? You were asking me what level would I put this person at, right?
So let me clarify. So
yeah.
Let's say that the role is for a senior data scientist position. You're not really sure. You would like to bring him in to interview to get more information, but at this point, you're not even sure if they're going to make the interview. Let's say this candidate does have the skills. What would you want them to include on their resume to show you that they're worth bringing in for that senior
right.
data?
First of all, I think it feels like this person did a good job in putting things on the resume. So if I were hiring a senior data scientist, I would still give this person a call back. I think it's potential. It's not everything. Maybe there's some hidden thing in there, but I really think that it feels like this person did a good job. Although if the person has led a project independently, or mentored other people, or proposed a project and carried it through from end to end, then they should mention it. But I don't see that here. Okay. I feel like this person might be able to achieve that. If you have it, then you should put it on there. But I have a feeling this person has not. Doesn't mean that he or she doesn't have the potential to do that. Just,
right.
This is what I see.
Great. Joe, I'm going to hand it over to you. I know you've had a lot of thoughts, a lot of head nods that are agreeing with our other two panelists. Why don't you give us an overview of your thoughts to this resume?
So I think overall, agreeing with Wendy, it's strong. So this person definitely would get an interview. Probably it'd be considered for mid or a senior position within our organization. And to the point that Wendy was making, leadership is kind of hidden throughout this. Like, it's great at the bottom of the resume where I can see that they have an active leadership role in organizations outside of academics and with women in data science and PyLadies. It could be a rewording, like on the Open Data Initiative, they promoted and participated in high-level discussions. Well, did you really drive the conversation? I don't want you to oversell it, but there's maybe a way to provide some additional leadership there that might get me into that senior category. So I know I brought up the professional summary or objective statement. So what's interesting is I think it would have helped that resume. On this resume, I actually think that they could word it better or remove it altogether, because there's terms like, I use tools like, I like embracing new opportunities. Like, it's just not like hitting home for me, or it doesn't have the full conviction. And again, I'm just being critical of what I'm seeing. I like this resume. They would get an interview for sure.
Yeah, and I noticed in the same case there, saying I use tools like Python, SQL, and Tableau. Those are also mentioned in the skills section. So it might be a place to use some of that language there.
Yeah.
Any final thoughts from our panel on this one before we move to our third resume?
The only thing I want to add that I really, really liked about this resume was the bold text, which gave me quick bullets that caught my eye so that I could see it. It drew my eye to that very quickly so I could start to understand this candidate. So I liked the formatting of this resume.
Great. Winting, looked like you were about to jump in there as well.
Right. Yeah. So I think in general, this is a well-formatted resume with key information highlighted. I think this one can be done a little better in the sense that maybe if this is a data scientist role that this person is applying, highlight more on the data science aspect, because I can see various things happening here, have some data science experience and also development of the dashboards, more like engineering kind of work. So highlight the data science part and then play a relatively less focus on the engineering part if you are applying for a data science position, so that the person who are hiring will have less difficulty in placing this person in a particular role.
Great. Wendy, anything else from you?
Nope, I'm good.
All right. Well, let's pull up the resume of our last victim. Volunteer of the day. I'm going to leave this up here. Well, I'm sorry. Let me go ahead and go through our brief highlights, and then before we jump into the specific one, I have a higher level question for all three of you. So for this third resume, they have a bachelor's, master's, and PhD in psychology, as well as a second master's in statistics. A lot of past experience in research and data analysis. Has some work experience in the industry, specifically auto insurance, and has done some algorithms in driver segmentation, and has a small data science consulting firm background. So I'm going to leave this up here for other people to review who are seeing this for the very first time. But all three of our resumes so far have had a lot of focus on their education. I want to ask all three of you a broader question on resumes as it relates to education. A number of questions have come in related to this. Specifically, we know that a lot of our attendees may not have a formalized brick and mortar style education. Maybe they've used Kaggle, maybe they've used MOOCs, maybe they've used boot camps. How would each of you approach a resume with that type of background? And what would you be looking for? And then sort of a second question to that. What are some low-hanging fruit that people with no formal education, no academics, no internship or jobs in data science could try to achieve, let's say in the next 6 months? Let's say they're looking to land a job in the later this year, but they don't have the pedigree of these PhDs or data science areas there. What are some of the short-term, easy things people could do in the next 6 months that could really improve the quality of their resume? Especially with the international audience, we want to sort of think outside of call it the Silicon Valley box, if you will, for a moment. Wendy, since the indicator is on you for now for our meeting here, why don't you address that very, very large, convoluted question that I posed for you?
I know. I was like, I forget what you were asking already at the end of the question. I think you're trying to say what is a low-hanging fruit for people who have a lot of years of education versus for people who don't have years of education.
Yeah, or allow me to
what should I do? Is that right?
Question into two areas. One is, what would you say to people who haven't attended a traditional brick and mortar school and are using things like Kaggle Learn or MOOCs or boot camps? How would they structure their resume? And then secondly, for those same individuals, especially those that don't have access to a lot of these great educational tools, what's something that they could do in the next 6 months that would add to their resume and make it more attractive?
Yeah, it is a very loaded question. I feel like I'm dodging these questions a lot today, so I'll try to be as clear as possible, although it usually offends people if I'm very clear. First, I don't think there's like a clear path. We shouldn't group people just based on the level of educations that they have done. I think everybody's very different. Like for a PhD that, like this person has a psychology PhD, like 3 levels of education in psychology and a master's in statistics versus somebody who has done, I don't know, CS bachelor's all the way to PhD, probably would have very different stories to tell. So in that way, I don't think we should group people this way. I think you really have to think about where's your past and where do you want to go, and tell a story there. For example, if you have, let's say you don't have a lot of traditional education in your pocket, but you have years of experience in, let's say, a big insurance company doing some analysis, but not like fancy machine learning, and now you want to get into more data science, then think about your experience in the insurance company and think about how it'll be really helpful for, I don't know, a very modern types of insurance company, and you could use machine learning, but because you have all these years of familiarity with the industry, you can really shine there because you know the data, you know the problem, you know where the pain points are for these companies. So it's hard for me to group people by this way. I feel like I'm repeating myself, so I'm gonna stop.
Wenting, I'll hand it over to you. Again, I know it's a loaded question, but overall, for the last resumes have had PhDs, great pedigrees. A lot of our community, though, is self-taught, or they're teaching themselves data science in addition to their work experience.
Right.
How would you analyze that, and what are some things that those individuals could do in the short term to help boost their profile?
Sure. I think education does play a part in terms of getting you the right job, especially in data science domain, but it's not all. I mean, we have seen candidates who graduated from top universities who don't necessarily do well in our interviews, and we have seen candidates who do not necessarily have this kind of education, but did extremely well. So I think the key here, as I mentioned, is what you chose to do with your time, with your life, with your experience. So if you have shown track record of even no official kind of PhD or education in this domain, but you have spent a lot of time working on a breadth of different projects with in-depth knowledge, then I mean we don't close door for this kind of candidates. And sometimes we happen to have very good candidates in those kind of people with those kind of experience. So I think as I mentioned, projects, what you have done and how much have you applied, whether it's from formal training programs or from formal education or from self-learning, it doesn't really matter. When it comes down to solving a problem, if you have the passion, if you have the right experience, if you have the right knowledge, we don't give set barriers for people who don't have a PhD or any kind of formal education in this area.
Yeah, I know a lot of the members of our community. I'm seeing a whole slew of questions come in. A lot of them are on exactly this. I don't have a PhD. You don't have this formalized education. I know there's some good encouragement there. Joe, I'll let you answer it as well. I know coming from the consulting background, what are your thoughts?
So a formal education is a good data point, but to Wenting's point, it's not the end all be all. I rarely look at the university, and I more look at what the degree is in, but my experience has taught me. I had a business leader in artificial intelligence who had their master's in forestry, but everything is data these days. So to the point that I think the other panelists have made, it's really about how are you going to talk about it? Where's the application? listing those projects, listing those Kaggle competitions that you're doing, or online courses through Coursera, Udacity, Cloudera, whatever it may be, or through Kaggle. I'll put a shameless plug in here about what you could do in the next 6 months. So one of the cool roles that I have at Booz Allen in partnership with Kaggle is I am the PM for the Data Science Bowl. And we will get some communications out soon, but the Data Science Bowl will be returning towards the end of this calendar year. So it will be an opportunity for a worldwide event that is one of the largest, if not the largest, I don't want to make that claim, on the Kaggle platform, to kind of really get out there and kind of show something that matters. So that's something you could do.
Right. A quick note across the board there for all three of you, and then we'll jump into this resume as we wrap things up. Do you find it useful on a resume for someone to include a Kaggle profile or a GitHub profile, or do you think it's more so just to better list out the actual projects themselves?
Absolutely. I think that's definitely a point that we like to look into even before we bring the candidates in. We want to go in and look at the candidates' code style. If they have the GitHub link and then they have Kaggle competition experience, we want to see how well did they do in the past. Definitely list them out if you have them.
Great. I see some head nods around, so I'm going to assume that's a similar answer.
The only thing let me add to that though is I have had people put their GitHub pages up there, and my team, because we do team interviews, will go to it and everything is forked, or if we ask them about a line of code, they can't answer it. So you better make sure it's your content and you understand what you're telling us you did, because it can be a double-edged sword.
That's good advice. That question came in from Trang Nguyen, by the way, so appreciate that question, Trang. All right, so let's jump in here. We just have a few minutes left, and I want to make sure we have a chance to address our third resume. And then I'll also give a chance for you to make some more shameless plugs at the end for all three of you. Joe, we'll keep it on you. Would you mind giving us sort of just in your initial thoughts, what's your gut check reaction on this resume? What do you like and what do you don't like?
So when I look at this, and I'm looking at it from an industry perspective, I'm looking at it from consulting, I read this and my first inclination is this person wants to work in academics, or it's just extremely academic, and that's where their experience is at this point. I don't see an industry perspective. It's hard for me to look at this resume and think about how would they do in a business environment. But that said, there's some really good content if you get into the sub bullets and you can get past that. And, because we're on the panel here, I had to really analyze this. As a hiring manager, I don't think I would have spent the time. But I see 200 plus presenting findings to 200 plus people. That's amazing. There's great analytic techniques in this, but it's somewhat hidden. And I'm wondering if this person has an academic mindset based on the titles, based on the education, right, and they're writing it for an academic audience. And maybe that's the job they're looking for. If so, this resume is written great. But for what I'm looking for, it doesn't necessarily pique my interest. I don't know that this one would make it to interview.
Wendy, from the Kaggle side, how would you analyze this?
I completely agree with you, Joe. That was my first intuition of I don't see a lot in this resume. But then I dug in more. I had the same impression as you for like the first 10 seconds. And then I dug in more. I was like, auto insurance company, 6 terabytes of distributed data with SQL. How do you do that? And it started to click with me that this person has some aspiration to move more into data science. So I definitely agree with you, Joe, that it's not telling the story well. I see this person's wanting to do something, but it's not presented that way. If I could suggest, I would put the professional skills up from the third section to the first, and then rewrite the experience and try to have it focused more on relevant experience, like different bullet points. Have some friends look at it for you, but just rewrite it such that the experience feel more relevant to where you want to be, and then move the education to the third section.
Okay, great. And also, I'll mention this for all those who are watching. I'm seeing a lot of questions that are coming in on things like formatting, structure, organization. All great questions. I'm gonna leave those for the Slack channel after this for those to kind of pepper in their own thoughts as well. I'm glad that you mentioned it. I'm just saying that I want to make sure people know that we are going to address some of those offline as well. Wenting, why don't you give us some of your thoughts on this resume?
Right. So I think I'm on a unfair position here. I'm the last to look at this or talk about this, so I have a little more time than the other two panelists. So I'm able to look into the details. I think this person really have some impressive experience because this person is able to detail the approach that he was or she was using for the problem, like hierarchical linear modeling. That means that he or she knows the details, and then certain highlights, it's kind of caught my eyes. But I agree with the other two panelists. The content could be organized better because it's not really important of what kind of position you have had in the past. It's really important of what you have achieved or accomplished, in the past design experience. So somehow this gives me a chronicle way of displaying what role you've been in, but it didn't highlight really, the project that has those great content in. So I like to see that be reorganized a little bit. But if I look into the details, I think there are a lot of things that can be played strongly to the favor of the candidates if it's organized better.
Yeah, I think that's something that all three of you seem to point out is even though this individual has close to 10 years of education in a variety of fields, one of their strengths seems to be buried in the fact that a lot of their experience they have in industry or in other areas are somewhat hidden, and so sometimes it's just making it a little bit more visible there. So we have a couple questions here towards the end, but before then, any final thoughts from our panelists on this third resume? All right. Well, hearing none, I want to give. I see a bunch of questions that we're having that are coming in. A lot of it being related to the question earlier around folks who they have experience, but it's not data science relevant. Some ordering and prioritization questions, and I think those are best suited for Slack. But so I'll go ahead and just close with this one. Overall, well, I want to hand over to each of the three of you. Any final remarks or advice you'd want to share on the resume process? In addition to that, please do let us know if there are any open positions at your respective companies that you can hire for. For those who are streaming, again, some of the panelists will be in Slack afterwards answering some questions. So keep them coming, and we'll do our best to address as many as possible. So, Joe, since the flag is on you, I'll go ahead and let you close things out from your perspective.
So, I know today we provided you a lot of insights and thoughts on how we look at resumes. Let me tell you, there's no perfect way to write a resume. When you're writing a resume, take a look and make sure that it reflects who you want us to know who you are. I don't know, there's a stat out there and I won't have it right, but I think a hiring manager looks at a resume for under 20 seconds. It might even be like 8 or 10 seconds. So you get my attention for 8 or 10 seconds on a piece of paper. And so you better make sure that you're telling the story that is true to you and that you've thought through the organization and that you've taken the time. By doing that, and when your resume reflects that, it lets me know that you're serious about working at my company and being part of my team. Yes, we are hiring. I lead our West Coast business up and down the coast. I have East Coast colleagues. We're hiring across the United States. We have a multitude of positions. I think we have something on Kaggle right now associated with this event, but boozallen.com, you will find probably somewhere between 40 and 50 open jobs at this point, all with applied machine learning, deep learning, data science. If you're looking for a career, I've been here 14 years. It's a great place to be.
Great. And just for those who I'm sure, I don't have Slack open in front of me right now, but I'm sure many people are typing in, thanks, where can I send my resume? Check out boozallen.com or the Kaggle posting. We'd love to have you there. Wenting, let me hand things over to you. And any final thoughts again that conclude us out on final remarks you want to share?
Sure.
Hiring it all.
Sure. I just final note for any candidates who are putting up their resumes, make sure that you know what you're putting out there, because if you don't know what you're putting out there, you're going to be, questioned during the interviews, and it's going to be, it's going to be tough. So, and then we're also hiring. Ericsson is hiring aggressively across America. North America, we have Santa Clara, we have San Francisco, and Montreal, Canada. All the three sites are hiring. Right now, we have about 30 to 40 open racks right now. So I'm gonna post up the links of the current open positions later on in Slack. So do feel free to apply to those positions. and good luck.
Great. Thank you, Wenting. Wendy, any final closing thoughts for all of us?
Yeah, I just want to say, like, for the 3 people that your resume got selected, I think I applaud you. I think you did the right thing to put your resume out and receive feedback. I think this is what everybody should do when you're looking for a job. You shamelessly ask people, like, do you have a few seconds to look at my resume and give me some feedback? Because you might learn very valuable things from. It's not even necessary. They don't have to be like industry leaders. It could just be like anybody that could hire anyone, or your coworker or something. Maybe not your current coworker, but it's a stressful time to be looking. Like when you're looking for a job, it's very stressful. So it's stressful for everyone. If you put your resume out there, you don't know if it's good enough, and it's an ongoing effort that you might have to revise your resume every other day or something, but that's okay. It's a common thing. Everybody does this, and I'm stressed when I have to, review my resume all the time, and then feeling like, oh God, like the last version was so bad. But it happens. So you're not the only one that feel like you're struggling. It's all of us.
All right, that's great. Well, great advice from all of our panelists. Once again, let me thank all 3 of you, Wendy, Wenting, and Joe. We really appreciate the time that you have. And I know, as I mentioned, a few of them will still be in the Slack channel. We are going to take a break for lunch. We'll be coming back at 1 o'clock Pacific time. We're going to be having a session on building your online brand, even if you're not really someone who's used to self-promotion. So we're really excited about that coming back this afternoon. For all that then said, here we're signing off for the hour. Thanks again to our panelists, and we'll see you guys back in just a little bit.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Welcome back to CareerCon, everyone. I am Jessica, and I am here with someone you've probably all seen right here on YouTube before. Suraj Raval, popular YouTube machine learning educator and director of the School of AI, as well as Rachel Tapman, our very own prominent data scientist and developer advocate at Kaggle. They're both here to talk about how people such as yourselves can build an online brand even if self-promotion isn't something you're used to or comfortable with. They will also share how having an online presence can help you reach your career goals. Suraj is going to share his experience first. Take it away, Suraj.
Thanks, Jessica. It's good to be here. Thanks everybody for showing up. It's an honor to be here with Kaggle and with you guys. So I thought more than anything, what I could do to help you out is to just give you an overview of my YouTube journey so far. For context, 3 years ago, I was working at a company in San Francisco called Twilio, which offers a communications API to developers. And my role there was to be a developer educator. So what I was doing was I was writing developer documentation in about 8 or 9 different programming languages like PHP and Python. And it was a lot of work for sure. And I learned a lot in that time. I was there for about 8 months. And one thing that I learned in particular was that there wasn't enough developer documentation in video form. And there were a lot of, at the time, 3 years ago, YouTube wasn't, I mean, it was big, obviously, but it continually grows every year. And at the time, there just wasn't enough. So I saw an opportunity to start creating educational content around, specifically around, my first video was on Bitcoin. But my passion was in artificial intelligence, a field that I took some classes at Columbia, which I dropped out, by the way. I'm a college dropout. I took some classes, but I felt like I never really processed it fully. Like I saw the equations, I saw the slides, and I got the high level concepts, but I didn't really get the math, to be honest. And so what I started doing was I started making videos on artificial intelligence and machine learning. And what I found was that by making these tutorials, I was learning much faster than I would just like staring at a blog post or staring at a textbook. And so for me, creating educational content was a way to learn. And I found that to be very valuable. But more than anything else, I had a mission. And so a lot of people on social media, which I guess you could call influencers, vloggers, streamers, a lot of them are showing lifestyle. They're showing how they live. They are doing things that are entertaining generally. And entertainment for the sake of entertainment is fine. That's a fine mission. But what I felt was something much deeper than that. I didn't just want to be on YouTube to teach people about AI. I had a goal from the very start. And that goal was to make sure that as a society, we can create artificial intelligence that would be maximally beneficial to every human on Earth. Because I saw a trajectory of this technology getting better and better over time. And I also saw the centralization of this technology into a few key powers. And I felt like the way to prevent any kind of, apocalyptic scenario where, AI is manipulating people and taking advantage of them and exploiting them, the way to get around that would be to make sure that as many people as possible understood how this technology worked. And so I was just watching Eric Schmidt on Lex Friedman's podcast. And one thing that he said that really stuck out to me was that everybody has a 6-month plan or a 1-year plan, but nobody has a 5-year plan. And that's what made Eric Schmidt, to quote Larry Page, the adult in the room when he got hired to be Google's CEO. And that's probably a huge reason as to why Google was so successful, because they were looking so far ahead. And for me, that was inspiring. And just the idea of planning ahead. So from the start, I wasn't just, obviously I was making videos that were funny, that were entertaining. I was kind of like this jester kind of figure. But it was never about me. It was about the technology. And I considered myself to just be a vessel, a martyr. I can be that person because it's not about me. It's about the technology and about the mission. So my 5-year plan was to win the hearts and minds of 10 million developers so that I could transition the space from, at the time, what it was mostly web app development, mobile app development. It wasn't focused on AI. And I wanted to change the directive of the developer community and have it focus more on, instead of sequential programming, on learning. And so that's a paradigm shift of thinking about software development in terms of learning. And instead of giving a machine steps to do something, the instructions, you give it the end goal, the result, and it will learn the steps to get there. And that's basically, it's been a 3-year journey to do that. And I'm not even 10% of the way where I want to be, but it's definitely been a lot of work. So that's a little bit of context as to why I started making educational content. And I've been doing it full time now for 3 years. YouTube has, so now let me talk about platforms. So YouTube has been my primary platform to do this. I make these educational videos, and each video takes around 25 to maybe 35 hours of work to do. And when I started, I was doing all of the editing myself. I was doing everything myself. And it was a lot of work. I learned a lot about editing, and I didn't know how to use a lot of these tools. I also just didn't understand audience sentiment as well as I do now, because I have a very data-driven approach to content creation. I'm not just creating content, I'm looking at feedback. I'm looking at audience feedback. I'm reading every single comment. I'm looking at the likes and dislikes ratio. I'm tailoring my content to be maximally beneficial to the most amount of people. And I'm preaching to the crowd here, but being data-driven, not just in programming, but in content creation, is very important. So that's something. So YouTube has been my primary platform, but I've also been using Twitter and LinkedIn and Slack and Facebook and GitHub as well. Many people don't understand that GitHub is actually a social network. There are 30 million now developers that live on GitHub, and you can follow developers. And so now I have a good amount of followers, which is awesome, because the code that I write, I'm meticulously making sure that the code that it works. Now, I'm not perfect, obviously. I have 429 repositories on GitHub, and I'm always balancing quality versus quantity. It's not like a solved problem for me, but the goal is to make sure that a developer can just download that code and run it, and it just works. And if it works, then they can start to build off of it. They can get some ideas. They can get better at it. But that's kind of been some of the practice that I've learned from Twilio about code design and how to make sure that beginners, it works for beginners. So GitHub has been a platform, but YouTube has been my main platform. When it comes to other platforms, I use them primarily to promote my existing YouTube content. Now there are, Instagram as well, which is a newer one. There are some cases where I am repurposing my YouTube content for other platforms. So Instagram would be one example. It's been quite a challenge to learn Instagram. It's not exactly the most educational medium on the planet, but I'm still learning there. But what I've found is that using it as a feeder into YouTube I've been successful with that, and taking clips of that content that are, bite-sized and using that as a teaser, that's been very good for Instagram. So what else can I talk about here? LinkedIn. So something I feel like a lot of people don't recognize the power of LinkedIn as a platform for promotion, self-promotion. So the thing about LinkedIn is, as opposed to other platforms, it's very important to use keywords. It's very important to use hashtags in particular, because LinkedIn really promotes that. And there's this, they might have fixed it by now, but there's this hack in the LinkedIn algorithm where if you make a post and it requires the user to click on read more rather than being a shorter post, LinkedIn will promote that more. So there's all these little social media tricks that you can learn over time, either by doing it or by looking it up. There are many Medium blog posts on this. But I think more than anything else, consistency has been the key. Just being consistent with creating content, with just being consistent. I mean, it's definitely been very hard to do. I mean, everybody's job here is very hard, no matter what you're doing, whether you're doing full-time software development, back-end testing, all of this stuff is hard. But putting yourself out there, for sure, is hard. Putting your face out there, putting your name out there, and not just putting your face and name out there, but attaching your work to your name and face. is very hard because there's a lot of things that can go wrong. There's imposter syndrome, which I've definitely felt a lot of at several times. I mean, if you think about it, this field it's filled with PhDs, which I love, I respect. You know, I admire that. It just wasn't the path for me. So for me to come into the space without that credential in particular, that's just a recipe for imposter syndrome, right? So, but I was trying to prove a point that you don't necessarily need a PhD to implement this technology. And I think that point has been proven, but now the next point is to prove that you don't necessarily need a PhD to do research. So with School of AI, we're trying to grow the amateur research community. In terms of social media promotion, on that end, now I'm promoting not just my own brand, but the School of AI brand. And so to segment my attention in that way has been quite a challenge. But what I found is that it's better for now for me to promote my own brand because that's where all of the attention is as of now. And what I'm basically a conduit for School of AI. Every word I type, every tweet, every video, not just reflects on me, but reflects on the community. So it's quite a responsibility and I don't take it lightly. So to summarize, consistency is key to content creation. The second point is to be data-driven about that content creation. So look at the feedback, take it in the chin. Yes, get hurt because of course it's going to happen. Allow yourself to get hurt. Allow yourself to feel these emotions, but let them sit with you and learn from them. Right? Everything is a learning experience. So data-driven content creation, consistency. And the third point is to have a mission. Have a mission that's more than just about promoting yourself or promoting, a specific tool. It should be something deeper and more meaningful than that. Something that will last you through these hard times. And the last point is to have fun because this is hard for sure. And if you're not having fun, then you're not gonna stick through because you got to be having fun, whatever it is. It's definitely full-time content creation, especially developer education, is a lot of work, and you got to have fun. So those are my four tips for this live stream. Thank you guys for listening, and now I'm going to hand it off to Rachel.
Hi. I made slides because my mind is just empty these days. No, it's too full and things are falling out. So if I don't write down what I'm going to say, I will forget. All right. I'm Rachel. If you've been tuning into the morning sessions, you might know me. You might have seen me on Kaggle. And I want to tell you a little bit of background about me. My background is pretty different from Suraj's. So I do have a PhD. I don't know how much I use it in my day-to-day work, but I do have a very fancy piece of paper that's on my wall. And every so often I look at it and was like, oh, it's 5 years. And my PhD is in linguistics, specifically NLP, computational linguistics, so more on the computational side. And during grad school, I became more and more computational. And by the time I left, I was, ready to be a data scientist. And before that, I was an undergraduate student, also in linguistics. You might notice a theme. And in undergrad, I decided that what I really wanted to be when I grew up was a popular science communicator about linguistics. So sort of like your Carl Sagan, Neil deGrasse Tyson, not Bill Nye, because he's not a scientist in a specific discipline that he talks about. And I was like, that's what I'm going to do. And I started a blog and I started on Twitter and I posted, blog posts about, sort of intro linguistics things. And I sort of kept that up kind of as I went through grad school. And I also started talking more and more about NLP and data science and the things that I was becoming more interested in. And I slowly, really slowly, started to grow a following. So I don't actually know how many Twitter users I had before March 2017, because I didn't write it down. The Twitter data only goes back 3 months. And this happens to be the first time where somebody archived my Twitter profile on the Wayback Machine. And in March 2017, I had 1,200 Twitter followers. And in March of 2019, on the same date, I had 1,100 followers. And that was in big part due to the fact that I started working at Kaggle and I had, time to create more content and reach out to people, and continued to interact with the community on there. And I've also made a lot of really dumb mistakes. And I wasn't, so Suraj talked about being super intentional with branding, with vision, like knowing the story that you want to tell, knowing what you want to do, and then doing it. I did not do that. I had sort of if you like scroll way back in my Twitter feed, at some point it's like, I saw a rabbit today, here's a picture, going to class, sure love the building the class is in, or something. It's just more slice of life. And then as it became more of a professional platform for me, I was like, oh, I should think about what I'm posting and how that reflects on me personally and how that might help me get a job. And I did actually find this job, my Kaggle job, through Twitter because I met somebody at a conference and then he was like, oh, you should follow one of my advisees who graduated. And I did. And that was Meg Risdal, who has since left Kaggle for Stack Overflow. Hi, Meg, if you're watching. And she posted about this job and she was like, hey, we're looking for people. Seattle is one of the cities you could be in. And I was like, I'm in Seattle, I'm a data scientist. So it was this sort of very organic connection I made just through meeting people at conferences and following them on Twitter and building a network. And also this is the picture I use of me on literally every platform. And I think it looks like me. I know the lighting's kind of bad in here. So what is personal branding? I think Suraj gave a really good introduction. The way that I think about it is, what is your public image? When people think about you, what do they think about? And even if you haven't considered your personal brand, you already have one, right? And you can't necessarily control it. You can't control what other people think about you, but you do have a lot of influence over it. So in my early days of Twitter and blogging, my personal brand that I was trying to develop was like, hey, linguistics, popular science, yay. And at this point, it's more like data science, but also I want to cover technical content in detail. I really want to spend time working through math and help other people do that same thing. So you can sort of think about some people that you might know in the online space. And I spent some time and I just thought about like 3 people. So Cher, she's really active on Twitter. She uses a lot of emoji and she talks about politics a lot. And that's how I think of Cher's online presence and her personal brand. Suraj, machine learning expert, but makes it fun, right? Suraj's videos are really like slick and well put together. And I expect sort of more of a produced experience. Andrew Ng, machine learning expert, educator, maybe a little bit dry. I think we've all at least peaked at the machine learning course, but very sound technical content. And this, I just included a picture of a brand. So those of you, depending on your sort of comfort with English, a brand is like the original use of it was like a stick that was on fire that you could use to like mark things. And then they added branding iron. So these are really popular in the American West to brand cattle or livestock, so you know who it belongs to. And it's sort of very recognizable. It's like, oh, I associate this goat or whatever with this person. So some etymology. Got to bring the linguistics in. And I'm actually going to have you guys do a quick exercise. I have a timer. Nope, that one's for 10 minutes. I actually want one for 20 seconds. I want you guys to spend 20 seconds. I'm going to start the timer, and I'm going to sit here and stare at you. And write what you want to be known for. What do you want your personal brand to be? So that could be, you're really good at writing code and it's very easy to use, and that's what you want people to think about when they think about you. Or maybe you're a researcher and you work on optimization and that's what you want people to think about. Or maybe you make a lot of memes and you want people to think about you as like, oh, the funny machine learning meme person. So 20 seconds, take some time, notepad, on your phone, wherever. Write down what you want to be known for. Starting now. It is up. All right, that was 20 seconds. And hopefully you have a little list of things, or maybe one big thing that you want to focus your brand around. So once you have an idea of what you want your brand to be, what do you do with it? So for me, I think about my personal brand as a filter. So to help me choose what I want to share online on whatever platform I'm using, I'm going to talk most about Twitter because that's where I'm most active, but Suraj mentioned LinkedIn, Instagram. I know a lot of people use WeChat, Slack, so wherever it is that you're sharing content online. So my brand, I mentioned, used to be like linguistics, but make it fun. And these days, I would define it as folksy, non-trivial data science. So it's not super slick. A lot of my stuff isn't super produced. These slides that are just like black text on a white background is sort of the Rachel visual brand. Non-trivial, I talk about the math. I really want to make sure we understand what's going on in the code, and I will take a long time to do that if necessary. And then data science is sort of the general topic. So having this in mind, it lets me prioritize my time. So Suraj's videos are beautiful. He mentioned it takes like 30 hours to edit a video. I don't edit my live stream videos because it's still on brand for me if it's a live stream and it's just recorded and people can watch it back. I would call maybe homespun or informal is how I would talk about my sort of visual brand identity, if you will. And also it helps me decide what to share. So I have a lot of linguistics friends. I still keep up with the linguistics literature. A lot of my followers do not care if Chomsky's trying to add a new, operation to minimalism. That's probably like absolute nonsense to most of you. So even if that's happening and it's sort of interesting and my community is talking about it, I'm probably not going to share it because it's not on brand for my online presence, if that makes sense. I am on a lot of online communities, and I've also done a lot of research on sort of social communities in my dark days as a researcher. Not dark days, but I don't really do that anymore. And I sort of think of a taxonomy of ways of being in an online community, whatever that community is. So consumers or lurkers are people who go to a community, receive content, maybe you upvote some things, you like some things, but you don't produce a lot of content. Maybe you don't tweet if you're on Twitter. And this is the type of account where if you have an account like this on a particular platform, you're probably not going to be building your brand there. You're just sort of going to be receiving things. So this is kind of how I use like Facebook. Like I look at pictures of people's dogs, but I don't post a whole lot. And then there's aggregators. So these are people who find useful resources and share it. If you are trying to think about being an aggregator, I encourage you to really think about what's the most useful or most novel thing you could share. There's like, a quadrillion people who have shared various data science cheat sheets on Twitter, and they're not all necessarily going to be useful for everybody. And if I, see someone who's posted like 6 more all in a row, I might unfollow them because that's not super useful for me right now. And I'd say no more than 2 to 3 retweets a day if this is the sort of thing that you're focusing on. And this will help you grow your brand, but not as much as being a producer. So producers create new content. So you might produce YouTube videos like Suraj, or I'm not writing a whole lot of blog posts these days, but every so often I will. I write a lot of tutorials. I'm not really writing research papers, but whatever it is that you're producing, new things that you're writing or creating or filming, or maybe you're doing a blog, podcast, that's what I'm thinking. So you have voice recordings. Whatever that is, when you're making new content, I would call you a producer. And those are the people that I'm most likely to follow and the people who are doing the most to build their brand online. I know that not everybody has time to like record a podcast in the evenings because maybe you have 4 children and a full-time job and that's enough. And that's absolutely fine. I think this is just a helpful way to think about being a member of a community and how you fit into each of the communities that you're a part of. And finally, I have a good tweet and a bad tweet just to talk about. I made a fake tweet just to give you an example of people who are producing content or aggregating content, how you can maybe do a better job. So this tweet here, looking for hashtag ideas for hashtag projects to work on in hashtag data science. Help, please. This is a fake tweet. I made it up. But if I saw someone and this was in a tweet that they tweeted, probably I wouldn't follow this account. So one thing is that it doesn't really follow the norms of the specific platform that it's written on. So in Twitter, especially in technical and machine learning Twitter, people don't generally use a lot of hashtags. Suraj mentions that on Instagram, people do use a lot of hashtags. So if I made an Instagram post with no hashtags, people might look at it and be like, oh, she doesn't really know what she's doing on Instagram. She's not Instagram, sorry, LinkedIn. Those are both LinkedIn. She doesn't really know what she's doing. She's not a good member of this community. She hasn't taken the time to learn the norms, and people might be less willing to interact with me. Also, for me, as someone just interacting with this, it's not going to add much value to my Twitter feed. I mean, I guess sometimes I have projects that I was like, oh, it'd be cool if somebody did that. But I don't really have like a lot of ideas just sitting around that I can, whipped up. And even if I did, this wouldn't necessarily be the best way for me to share them. Like if I was just like, hey, random person, I'm going to reply to you. And I definitely talk back and forth with people on Twitter. I'm not saying never ask for help, but this doesn't necessarily drive me to interact with this person. And it's also really focusing on what this person wants and not supporting the community. So sort of a different example. This is a real tweet. It's by Data Science Renee. And Renee is also asking for something. So she says, reply with your favorite recently published books. I'm curious too. CC Hunter Owens. And this is a quote tweet. And the tweet she's quoting says, what books / resources, etc. should be on a getting started with Python or R for data science list. I realize all my resources are 3+ years old now. So she's asking for something. She's asking for recommendations of recently published data science literature, but she's doing it in a way that helps the community as a whole. She's curious. She's helping somebody out. There are some replies that people are talking about things that have been recently published, so that's useful for me. And this seems like an account I do want to follow, and I do follow Renee. She's great. Because she is providing use for me as someone who's interacting with her. And also not all of her tweets are like this. So she recently hosted a conference and she posted a bunch of slides and talked about what was going on in the conference. And I learned a lot of cool things from there. So I think that's my last slide. Oh, nope, I have one more slide with the review. So just to review, personal brand, how you are perceived online. You have some control over it, especially with what you choose to share. The more you do to support the communities that you're in, the more likely you are to build an audience in that community. So Suraj produces a lot of helpful videos in a space where there weren't a lot to begin with, and that does a lot to support the community. Like I watch his videos, I'm sure many of you have as well. And just a final note, I know I mentioned some numbers in here, like numbers of followers. I wouldn't recommend stressing about this unless it's part of your job. So Suraj is a content creator and that's his job, so clearly he cares about number of subs. But if you're just interacting with people to learn things, to make connections, I wouldn't necessarily focus on it. And also follower distribution on most platforms is highly, highly skewed. It's like the, it's the statistical paradox where all your friends have more friends than you do. Rich get richer? I think it's rich get richer. Anyway, more than 95% of Twitter accounts have less than 500 followers. So don't be like, unless I have 1,000 followers, I'm not a real Twitter. It's fine. The thing that's really important is building connections, making friends, learning new things, being part of a community. And it's those organic connections that, at least for me, have been the most valuable. So that's what I have to say about branding. I'll stop sharing my screen now. And I think either Jessica or Mark was going to hop in here. I should have checked my notes. I'm sorry.
Hi all, I am here, but I am trying to start my video.
You're invisible.
There we go, no longer invisible. Hi everybody. Thanks to both of you for all of your great points. I personally really enjoyed the perspectives that you both came with, especially since you both come from such different backgrounds, but have really both like figured out your unique, prominent brand, and it works. You know, I think a key theme I learned from both of you is that there is no right brand, that there is just yours. So figuring out what your brand is and how you want to behave and position yourself within all the social media platforms that are out there today has proven to be very effective and a healthy career move for both of you. So with that, let's take a look at some of the questions from the audience. Our first question is from Timothy Yee. Timothy asks, Suraj, as somebody who hasn't had a full-time job in industry since doing YouTube full-time, how successful would you say your brand is now? And how many say like, either people in industry or recruiters might have reached out to recognize the work that you've done?
Great question. Thanks, Tim. So it's endless, like hundreds a day. Yeah, so I'm constant. 98% of my engagement is just no, 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 no. I just want to keep making content, and then sometimes I'll say yes if it's like Kaggle, or if it's NVIDIA, or if it's Intel, but I'm usually saying no. So yeah, like I don't even know how to. The delta between where I was 3 years ago and now is so vast. It's not even. I can't even imagine. It's very different. So my point of saying that is not to brag, but to show that if you make something that's quality and that's in demand, that the intersection of those two things, they will come. If you build it, they will come.
Great. And Timothy also has a bit of a follow-up question to that. So in terms of getting our name out there, like a place to start from, do you have any recommendations for a good platform to start? For example, creating blogs on Medium, creating a YouTube channel, or first stick with portfolio projects and uploading on GitHub?
Definitely make content in general, like as both a learning tool for yourself and to promote yourself. And I say this to my wizards, the people who follow my YouTube channel. Not creating a portfolio isn't just about creating GitHub repositories. You have to sell those repositories, and you have to communicate the product to people who aren't necessarily technical. So making blog posts on Medium is a great way to start, because the production requirements are lower than it would be a video or podcasts these days. We are now entering the golden age of audio, and podcasts are everywhere. And I haven't jumped on this trend yet, but we'll see how that goes. Right now, I'm very much enjoying YouTube as a platform, because a skill that I have in particular is presenting visually. And whatever your skill is, maybe you're better suited to just write, or maybe it's to perform. Find out what that skill is, that innate skill is, and then just pick one and just go. And then from there, you can branch out later, but just pick a platform and just roll with it. Rapid experimentation, one of my values.
Yeah, really good point there. A lot of these platforms do hone in slightly different skills, and depending on what you're interested in or what you're really skilled in, perhaps one is better to start before you add more. And next to our MVP attendee who has been here asking questions the entire day. Thank you so much for being here, Lucy Tan. How do you balance learning with creating content when a lot of what we learn is already out there from tons of other resources? And feel free to, this question is open to both of you, so feel free to, whoever wants to speak first can.
Suraj?
All right. Yeah. So how do I handle learning? I have to learn a lot really fast. I have to learn a lot of very advanced concepts that I'm not familiar with very fast. And right now I'm spoiler alert, making a video on things that I'm not familiar with related to React.js and to different web development components I haven't necessarily built myself. And the way I'm learning all this really fast is to watch these videos at 3x speed. And I keep saying this, and a lot of people don't believe it, but it's like lifting weights. To start off, it's going to be hard, but you just continually increase that speed, 0.25, 0.25, and your brain will adapt to that level of information processing. And so I'm watching a lot of tutorials. I am reading a lot of blog posts. I'm synthesizing a lot from across the web, and I'm building as well. And I'm, I like to call it frustrated programming. Of doesn't work, but that, you feel frustrated and you keep trying it, but that's the learning process. It's like Olympic athletes are so used to the pain when it comes to training their muscles. We as learning athletes need to learn to adapt to the pain of learning, of not knowing a concept, and to not just embrace it, but to almost enjoy it in a weird, I guess you could say, masochistic way, because in the end that you're going to get something out of it. So deal with the pain, and just keep learning.
My general process is a little bit more scattershot. So in the morning, I spend a good between 30 minutes and an hour catching up on Twitter. And I am pretty selective about who I follow on Twitter these days. And I try to make it a good mix of NLP researchers, because that's my area of expertise. So I do want to know what's going on in NLP, and also sort of data science practitioners, and also just some like random folks, because I like to keep it a little vibrant. So seeing what the community is talking about is very important for me, and then that tells me what I should spend my sort of limited time that I have to read papers and look at source code on. The other thing that I do that's it's for you guys, but it's also for me, is we have the Kaggle Reading Club, which is where I sit and read a paper aloud every Wednesday, except not this Wednesday because I was doing something else. And it's more interesting than it sounds, maybe, depending on how interesting you think that sounds. And having the forcing function of there are other people who also want to know this, so I do have to sit down and do the reading because they're going to be there, is very motivating for me. As for how I pick papers, mostly I pick papers that I think are currently the most important in the field, and the field that I know the most about is NLP, so they tend to be NLP papers. So we read the Viswani Transformer paper, we read the BERT paper, we read the GPT-2 paper, and things that are the community has sort of picked up. So deciding what to learn, I use my community and my network as a filter function. I'm not just on arXiv every morning. Making time to learn, I try to do it efficiently, so I'm doing something else. If you're working in a full-time job and you're working on projects and you have a little bit of flexibility, ask for a project where you're going to have a little bit of learning as part of it, if that's something that you can do. So maybe people are having you maybe you're currently working as a software engineer and you're implementing something, and maybe you can ask if you have the ability to add a little bit of machine learning to that. Or if you're sort of creating data, say, hey, can I build a data pipeline for this to send this to our data science team? So trying to be efficient and incorporate learning into your work as much as possible.
Very insightful. On the topic of learning and sort of continually learning as you make content, Johnny McGregor wonders, do you both attend data science or machine learning conferences? If so, what are some of your favorites?
Yeah, I do. I'm maybe too many. So probably my favorite conferences to go to just in terms of learning and research are the ACL conferences. ACL is the Association of Computational Linguistics, so it's the big research organization for NLP. And there's NACL, which is the North American one. There's ACL, which is the global one. EACL, which is the European one. There's one in, it's like PAXIL. Anyway, there's one in the Pacific. So those are sort of the research conferences that I'm most interested in. For pure machine learning research, ICML is a big one. CVPR, I think, is more of a computer vision one. But those are for researchers who are developing new algorithms. For learning more from a practitioner side, I really like the Python conferences. So for data science specifically, PyData is very good. The PyCons and the regional PyCons tend to be more general because Python is a more general language. So you're going to get a lot of like app development and web and front end and back end that may not be as relevant to you there as well. But there is data science at the PyCon. I'll be at PyCon. And then for R, the RStudio conference is very, very good. Use R, which travels around, is also very good. And all of the R conferences are very data science focused because that's what R is for. Do you have other favorites, Raj?
I think, and I'm always changing on this, like I'm always adapting. I think right now, today, I don't have a desire to go to any conferences. Because the most recent one I went to was NVIDIA's GTC in San Jose. Great conference because I like NVIDIA, but overall, like an amazing talks as well. The problem is that I'm so used to watching things at 3x speed. Similar reason why I dropped out of Columbia, because I always fell asleep in class because I was always, probably ADHD, whatever you have, whatever it is, but my attention span is so limited that if I do go to conferences, it's party, and that's really it, or speak. But not even that, like just to like meet people and like have fun, But
the hallway track.
The hallway track, exactly.
That's very real. That's very much a track.
It's a track, yeah. And in terms of if I were going to go to another conference, like probably, School of AI is going to have something, but that's it really.
Oh, Kaggle Days is also very good. Sorry,
yeah, of course.
I should have
Yeah.
plugged Kaggle Days.
About that, yeah. Kaggle Days is a good conference. That was cool.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many, a lot of different sort of like conferences, but also I would say like developer and data science meetups these days. And I feel like that's sort of what both of you were alluding to. There's a lot of different reasons to go to these conferences. For Rachel, it might be to get up to speed with like the state of the art NLP techniques, or for Suraj, it might be more to meet like newer figures in the field and really, as we say, the hallway track. And sometimes I find myself at conferences as well, doing one or the other. And it doesn't have to be mutually exclusive depending on the situation. And so I think getting those names just now from both of you of the kinds of places you go to and conferences you go to, that's really helpful. Cool. And then on the topic of sort of communities, a user wonders, should I focus on international communities or local? And I think the motivation for this question is two communities with different languages can make it very different. And also depending on where you want to be or where you're going to, that could also be some of the motivation for this question context.
Yeah, I'd say it depends on what your goals are. I am in the very privileged position of having my native language also be sort of the lingua franca of academia and research, which is to say English. There is absolutely a lot of value to creating content or even with permission translating content into different languages. I don't want to be like English only, English is the best. You might get a wider audience, but especially if you're looking to build a local community, let's say I'm trying to think of a country where English isn't like a major matrix language. I keep coming up with examples like Nigeria and Bangladesh, where a lot of people speak English. Japan, there we go. There's a really big Kaggle community in Japan. There's a really big machine learning community in Japan. And there's a lot of Japanese language content and community building that goes on in Japanese there. And if you're in Japan, get in on it, make some friends. That was not an answer. That was just me talking about languages. It was an answer. It wasn't a good answer.
Oh, I think you point to an interesting phenomenon, Rachel. That is that, on Twitter, we have a data science community, but oftentimes our data science community is very much separated by different kinds of languages. And I feel like if I were in Japan and somehow knew Japanese, it would be a lot more relevant for me to try. I would want to really meet people locally, as opposed to just trying to cater to a larger audience. Maybe that would be a later incentive, but maybe not first.
Yeah, so I would add to that for sure. Like international is the way to go. There's a lot of undervalued attention out there that I can see because I have the data of people who watch my content, and they exist in Brazil, and they exist in India, and they exist in Nigeria, and they exist in a lot of countries that, yeah, they're not, not necessarily English speaking, but they are undervalued and they're all coming up very fast. And the job market is global and talent is distributed and talent is global. And I think this is something about the industry in particular, our industry of data science and machine learning, is that it still hasn't become, accessible to enough people, I think. And I'm not perfect here. I'm trying to become more accessible as well. But we have to be speaking to a global audience because the world is globalizing and that's just the future. Like we're all one big internet village. So, in terms of language translation, I use transcription services like Rev to make sure that it's applicable to a lot of different languages. But I make sure to give like all sorts of little like cultural shout outs to people, like whether it's in, anime culture or, Indian culture, or, I speak some Spanish sometimes, but it's just so people know, like, I know what it is like in terms of culture. Like I feel you, it's not just America, it's the world. So.
Yeah, and I love being in data science personally for that same reason as well. Everybody is speaking, when it comes to ML, we're speaking the same techniques, even if they may be in different languages. Great. Well, we have one last question from Kelly Wang. Kelly asks, you're both seasoned content curators now, but what was it like when you first started? Were there any big challenges or mindsets you had to overcome? Any advice for people that are kind of daunted by the thought of content creation?
It's okay to teach people things you just learned. So when I started, I was like, all right, I'm talking about linguistics. I can only talk about the things that I know from every angle. And that's especially for technical content. Sometimes the people who have just learned how to do something are the best teachers and content creators around it, because you've just done the work of figuring it out and being like, okay, this thing is like this other thing that I know because I trained ponies or whatever, and building those connections, those allegories, and then being able to take the work that you've done to understand something and immediately create content from that. Absolutely fine.
What do you think, Suraj?
In terms of content,
Any big challenges that you personally had to overcome when you first started, perhaps more mentally, as well as some advice for those that may be a little daunted by the fact?
totally. Like when you start off, you're gonna suck for sure, like I did. And it's always a work in progress. And I'm still trying to improve my skills in terms of content creation. And I remember when I posted one of my first videos to the machine learning subreddit, the top comment was like, "Never post here again." Like, it's a nice little thing, but like, never post here again. One of my closest friends at the time, sat me down. He's like, "This is a project. Like, this is you have a good job here at Twilio. Don't do this." And so a lot of times people can't just, sometimes you just have to trust your instinct. And if you have intuition and it's backed by data, not everybody can have that insight. So you just have to trust yourself sometimes. And it all comes back to having that mission. If you have that mission, it doesn't matter how hard it is or how many haters there are. You just keep going.
Really inspiring note there. I just started my Twitter, so now I'm inspired to become the next big Twitter person. Any final remarks or advice you might both have for our CareerCon audience here?
I'd say in general, when you are putting stuff out on the internet, my personal best litmus test is, would I want to receive this content? Is this something I would be interested to see? So just a little thing to take in your pocket.
Absolutely. And I think future literacy is a really important skill for us as data scientists to have, to really practice looking ahead, not just a year or 5 years, but 20 years, because reality is changing so fast and we're moving into an age where the absurd becomes normal, and technology is the medium of making this reality happen, and it's accelerating. The advent of these algorithms are all compounding in their impact on global society. So it's important to be future literate by understanding how not just current technology works, but extrapolating to where it could be. And if you do that, you'll be a step ahead of the curve, because future literacy is an important job skill, not just in data science, but in general. So it's a part of being successful, being able to predict where things are going. And I think one of my friends just shared something on Twitter about how most CEOs are not future literate, and that's the reason that these big companies are not doing as well as they could be. But a lot of the youth, just by definition, being more internet native are, but this can apply to anybody of any age. And it's just a mindset. So try to be future literate.
Great. Well, with that, I believe that is a wrap on both Suraj and Rachel's session. Thank you both, Suraj and Rachel, for volunteering your time to be here today, obviously. And thanks to everyone else for tuning in. Suraj and Rachel will be heading to the CareerCon Slack channel now to answer more of your questions. So feel free to direct your questions to them there. And join us again very shortly at 2 p.m. PST for the final session of the day with one of the biggest names in AI and ML, Jeff Dean. See you there.
Are you ready for the last session of the day? We are thrilled to end the day with a career Ask Me Anything with one of the biggest names in AI and ML, the legendary Jeff Dean, Senior Vice President of Google Brain. Jeff Dean has earned himself celebrity status both at Google and in the larger computer science world. He's widely considered the mind behind MapReduce, Bigtable, TensorFlow, and many of Google's key engineering developments. What's lesser known is that when Jeff was finishing grad school, he was actually seriously considering a career in academia. Despite his aspirations, Jeff only received one academic interview and offer. So, what did Jeff do? He went into industrial research, and the rest is a very interesting and impressive history. Julia Elliott, Head of Partnerships at Kaggle, will be a moderator for this Ask Me Anything event. Thanks again to the many of you in the community who submitted so many great questions for Jeff. I will now let them take the floor.
Hello, everyone. Hello, Jeff. Thank you so much for joining us for this Q&A. Given your notable background, I'm sure this is one of the sessions that many of our CareerCon viewers are most looking forward to attending. It's also actually a personal honor to be hosting you. As the competitions lead for Kaggle, I've had the privilege of working with many of your Google AI teams and bringing their machine learning problems to our community, which are often addressing some of the most prevailing topics in ML. As Jessica introed, you've had quite the journey to where you are now. And so I'd like to start just by hearing a little bit more about your upbringing. What was your childhood like? Who were your greatest influencers and role models?
Sure. First, thanks for having me. So my childhood, I guess I had a somewhat unusual childhood in that my parents and I moved a lot. I'm an only child, and we ended up moving all over the world for various things. My dad, for the first part of my childhood, did tropical disease research, and then he switched to being a public health epidemiologist. And my mom was an anthropologist, and they all sort of enjoyed experiencing new places. And so I went to 11 schools in 12 years, including living in Hawaii, Boston, Uganda, Boston, Arkansas, Hawaii, Minnesota, Somalia, Minnesota, Atlanta, back to Minnesota for college, then summers in Geneva working for the UN, then worked there for a year after college before grad school, and then went to grad school in Seattle, and then I moved to the Bay Area, and I haven't moved since.
Well, that's quite the colorful background. So parents who are anthropologists and disease background, how did then your interest in computers begin? Where did it stem from?
So I guess when I was about 9, my dad at that time was starting to get interested in was doing public health related work, and was interested in sort of how computers could be used to collect and aggregate statistical data about epidemics and use that to make better healthcare decisions. Mm-hmm. At that time, computers were these giant mainframe things that were kept in the basement, and my dad was kind of frustrated because that was kind of a bad way of actually trying out things. It really wasn't very interactive or personal. And then he saw an ad in the back of a magazine for a kit computer. It was an IMSI 8080. So if you've seen these very early personal computers with like toggle switches on the front, so you could toggle in a few bits, and then you could toggle in an address, and you could set a particular memory location, and it had blinky lights on the front. And then we got like a keyboard and a screen, and that was a huge improvement because then you could actually type things. But I was like 9, so I was like a little bit young to really be involved, but I sort of watched him solder this thing together and sort of helped him a little bit. I've probably more got in the way. But that sort of about a year after that, I started getting interested in like writing computer games in BASIC, because it had a BASIC interpreter, and you could sort of start to program it. And I got this big book of a bunch of source code listings for games, and you could type them in and play them. And then you could sort of start to modify them to make different games, which was kind of fun.
Yeah.
That's really how I got started in programming.
Mm-hmm. And then, so then you went on to university where you did choose computer science as a major. Were you debating other options, or at that point were you pretty invested?
So when I started university, I really knew I wanted to do computer science. Along the way, I took some econ classes, and I like, oh, this is kind of fun. So I added a second major in econ. And I think that's been kind of useful. I sort of was debating going to grad school in econ, but decided computer science was much more practical and useful. Mm-hmm. And I was sort of better at that. So.
And so you loved it so much that you went on to get a PhD. How did you make this decision? I think some of our viewers might be deciding whether to continue on to graduate school or go straight into industry. Why not go straight into industry at that point?
Yeah, I mean, I kind of knew I wanted to get some sort of advanced research oriented degree, partly because towards the end of, like in my senior year, I took a class from a professor named Vipin Kumar at University of Minnesota in parallel and distributed computing. And as part of that, I kind of got a taste of parallel computing, which I thought was pretty interesting because you could bring more computation to problems than just on a single machine or single processor. And I also got introduced to neural networks in that work. So I then did an undergraduate research, kind of independent research project as a senior thesis with Vipin Kumar. And I kind of got a taste of doing research in that context. Actually, I recently discovered my undergrad thesis as a PDF. I had lost it, but the university library had tracked it down and sent me a copy. So I actually posted that. You can go find interesting, very old neural network work that I did. But I kind of got a taste of doing research, and I felt like I wanted a research career. And so I knew I wanted to go to grad school. I also decided I would take a year off before I started grad school. So I went to work for the World Health Organization in Geneva. I'd been doing work there in the summers during my undergraduate work, actually during the spring breaks and during the Christmas breaks as well. And I sort of liked the working environment there. I was doing statistical forecasting for HIV predictions of how it might affect and evolve in different countries and different settings. And I felt like that work was pretty interesting and important. But I wanted to do a time limited thing. So I signed up to do that for a year. And then I knew I would apply to grad school and go to grad school at the end of that year.
It sounds like there's this sort of common thread of healthcare interest all the way through, maybe stemming from your parents. I was kind of curious. So for the viewers here that are maybe trying to make the best out of their college experiences and their studies, do you have any, advice or how they can make the best use of their time in school?
Yeah, I mean, I think one really great aspect of being in school is that you can try out lots of different things. You can take classes that seem interesting, that aren't necessarily in a fixed curriculum. You have a bunch of electives. So try things that you think are, something you might like, and you might discover you really do like it. Like I took an econ class and ended up taking 13 more. But it's really a good way to sample the world around you in sort of university courses. And the same can be said even if you're not in school, is how can you put yourself in a spot where you can learn something new? A lot of the work I've done over the years, the most interesting work is where you kind of come together with a bunch of people who have different kinds of backgrounds and expertise, and you all collectively kind of do something that none of you could do individually. And also some of their expertise rubs off on you and hopefully vice versa. And then you kind of go on your merry way, but now you've got a bit of additional sort of ways of looking at problems or expertise.
Right. Nice. And so Jessica kind of teased this already, but then coming out of university or graduate school, you were exploring other positions, both in academia and industry. What was that process like? And did you have certain aspirations at that point where you wanted to go into academia, and how did you adjust?
Yeah, so I was a little unsure. My wife also has a PhD in a different field, and we were looking for academic jobs in the same, ideally, school or city.
Okay.
That's always a challenging set of constraints. It's called
Yes.
the two-body problem. And so, we ended up finding actually academic jobs in a university that, wasn't a great department for me, was a great department for her. And we just had our older daughter, and so she was now a year and a half. And I think given that, we decided my wife wanted to take a little time off and spend more time with our daughter before she got into a full-time job. And so we decided to look at what my best, most desirable job was, which was in the Bay Area. I'd also interviewed at a bunch of different industrial research labs, and that was kind of a trade-off I was making, is academics versus industrial research. And I kind of actually preferred the industrial research setting because I felt like I liked building things myself. And I felt like as a professor, you kind of end up not being able to do that as much because you're really trying to do 3 jobs at once.
Right. Yeah.
And so I ended up going to Digital Equipment Corporation, had a small research lab in Palo Alto called the Western Research Lab. They actually had another research lab 2 blocks away called the Systems Research Center.
Right.
But I really liked the fact that it was a small lab with like 20 or 25 researchers, but it was doing lots of different things. A lot of the other research labs were very big places, like IBM Research, where I interviewed, had like 1,000 people in one building doing lots of, with 30 people doing stuff that was very directly in line with the stuff I'd done on my thesis. I would then be the 31st person doing stuff in that group. I'm like, I'm kind of tired of my thesis. I'd rather a bunch of people doing a lot of different things, and you can kind of dive into different ones as you saw fit.
Yeah. So you already mentioned that first job that you did land was with DEC. Backing up a little bit, how did you land that job? What was there anything that you felt like in your credentials through your studies that really helped you nail that job?
I mean, I think, that interview was basically, I'd published a bunch of papers in grad school, so presumably they knew my background from that. I gave a talk to the whole research lab, like an hour-long talk or something about my thesis research. And then I had probably 10 interviews that were usually 2-on-1 kind of interviews.
Yeah.
Where we just talk about either people would follow up on some aspect of what I'd discussed in my talk, or they would ask me questions about other things, or they'd tell me about their research and we'd have a conversation around it. Kind of a very individualized thing. No writing code on whiteboards. They assumed I could code. But those interviews are fun because you just have technical conversations. And
yeah.
So they often kind of go off in interesting directions. That's kind of how I pattern my own interviewing style, is that kind of free form technical discussion, as if we're colleagues and we're talking about something, some problem. I like to ask nice, vague, open-ended questions and see where that takes us.
Yeah. And then you also talked a little bit about, there being sort of a diversity in different types of projects at DEC. Can you talk a little bit about maybe like one of your early ones, or things that were one that was particularly interesting to you when you were there?
Yeah. So, one of the first projects I got involved in was a project on sort of very low overhead continuous profiling of computer systems. So basically, could you build like a little background thing that's always gathering profiles of where time is going in a computer, and would profile everything. It would profile the operating system, it would profile device drivers, it would profile different application user level processes that are running on the system, and could give you a glimpse at all times of what's happening and what things are worth optimizing. And would do so with very low overhead. So like we were aiming for less than 0.5% overhead overall in the system. And the way it worked is it basically would periodically wake up and it would sample where is the program counter now. Mm-hmm. What are we doing? And then we would record all those samples in sort of an aggregated hash table and then periodically write those out to disk. Then we built a bunch of tools to analyze those profiles, those samples, and give you a higher level view of, which things are encountering a lot of cache misses, which things are encountering, branch mispredicts and things like that. And it was a pretty useful tool, and it was a fun project because it had a lot of different kinds of people involved in it. Some people had hardware expertise. Some had sort of operating system expertise. I was more of a compiler background from my grad school work.
Yeah. That sounds like also great preparation for what I know Google Teams look like here. And that sort of leads me to sort of the next large phase of your career here. So how did you end up at Google? Can you talk a little bit about that transition that brought you here and what you were looking for at that point, that sort of transitionary point?
Sure. So, so I really liked the local research lab environment at DEC. You know, the 25 or 30 local colleagues and sister colleagues in the lab 2 blocks away were great. What I found a bit difficult there was DEC's research labs were set up as fairly isolated things, and getting your work out into real sort of use involved finding the right product team that could take advantage of whatever you've done, convincing them that what you've done was useful and important. With the kind of mass of the company being almost all around Boston, you know, we were a bit isolated, so sometimes you wouldn't even know who are the right people to go talk to. And often they'd say, oh yeah, that's really interesting. We can slot your work in for our roadmap that's coming out 2.5 years from now. And I just felt like that was a little bit slow and frustrating in terms of how my work would directly impact people. So I said, oh, well, you know, I should probably try a startup at some point since I live in Silicon Valley. And I would know I would have the ability to have my work more directly used by people. And so I was looking for a startup that would have a set of interesting problems, but would also, you know, have, you know, an outlet to have my work not just be prototypes and writing papers, but more concrete things that actually went into real production systems.
Yeah, that's interesting. And actually, I have an associated question from one of the viewers on our stream. Andrew Kim is asking, how do data science teams at big tech giants like Google operate differently from a team at a startup? And how should an aspiring data scientist focus on skill sets change based on that environment? You know, tech giant versus startup, since you've kind of seen the life cycle of that growth that person wants to work in.
Right. I mean, I think at a small company, there aren't as clearly defined roles. So people kind of pitch in and do whatever is needed. And so that is a certain mindset and set of skills, the ability to kind of dive into lots of different problems. As companies get bigger and more established, you have the ability to have a sort of more focused set of people looking at a particular set of problems. And that sometimes can add a bit of depth. You can then say, okay, what is the right thing to do here? As opposed to, you know, what do we need to do by Tuesday so our site doesn't melt?
Yeah.
And I think that that's a somewhat different working style. Both, I enjoy both of those working styles actually. Yeah. So it's kind of hard to choose. I kind of like the urgency and the frenetic activity that sometimes happens when you're trying to get a bunch of stuff done and everyone's just kind of coming together.
Yep.
On the other hand, a bit more thoughtful organization of people thinking through a set of issues in a bit more comprehensive way is also quite useful.
Yeah. And you kind of touched on this just now when you're talking a little bit about teams and the sort of differences between working as an individual contributor and, you know, collaborative opportunities. I think that this is probably also quite pronounced for both software engineers and data scientists. What sort of advice do you have for people trying to balance those two sides of this type of work?
Yeah, I mean, so for me, for quite a long time in my career, I never managed anyone. So I was always an individual contributor, and I would just work together with a relatively small set of people on particular problems. And then I would kind of work on that for, you know, a month or a few months or something like that. And then I would go off and find another problem, sometimes with the same set of people or a lot of the same people, and sometimes with a completely different set of people. In the last 5 or so years, I sort of started to manage people, which was kind of a different thing for me. It's kind of stretching me in new ways. The basic story behind that is we'd started the Google Brain project, which was basically this project to investigate very large scale neural networks using lots of computation to tackle a bunch of problems in computer vision, speech recognition, and language understanding. And it was kind of jointly founded by myself, Andrew Ng, and Greg Corrado. And it was located in, some of the people were in Google X, and I was not, but I was sitting over in the Google X building. It's now called X, but at that time it was called Google X. And unlike a lot of Google X projects, which are kind of like, let's launch a bunch of big balloons and fly them around the world and do stuff, ours was very much of a software project that was very relevant to kind of lots of core Google teams. And so it didn't really make sense for us to be off on the edge of campus in this kind of Google X environment. And so we sort of graduated into Google proper, into Google Research, focused on building these tools out and interacting with a lot of teams to get our work out into real products. And as part of that, when the team was moved, there were about 7 people, and there was no obvious person to manage them.
Okay.
Either like Alan Eustace, who was head of all of research at the time, I was reporting to him, and it didn't make sense for those people to report directly to Alan. So I'm like, oh, I can probably manage them until you find someone else.
Yeah. Okay. And so that's kind of grown you a little bit into this sort of managerial piece. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't think he ever looked. So for anyone else. And so over time, as our team grew, I started to have, 20 people reporting to me. And then I'm like, oh, well, it probably makes sense to have someone else manage some of these people directly. And then it eventually became, 100 people, 300 people, 500 people. And then my previous boss, John Gianandrea, was leading all of search and research, and he decided to go to Apple. And so he said, oh, you should take on all of research. I'm like, so anyway, I know a pretty large organization that I'm managing, but I'm still finding time to do hands-on work. So I try to divide my time so that I have 2 days a week to write code with, a handful of people. In some project, I think, whatever project I think is really interesting and important. And then the rest of my time is how do I steer the larger org to make sure that we do impactful research, that we're focused on the right things, that we have a happy and healthy working environment, that, we're getting collaborations with product teams and other teams going.
Great. And, along the way, you've talked a little bit about how some of the things that you've done have evolved. I thought it might be interesting to talk a little bit about sort of mentorship. And this is kind of inspired by another viewer, Subaham. He says that, a lot of data scientists have said that it's helpful to have someone more experienced in your field to learn from, and having a mentor can really smooth the learning process. Could you share something about people who might have inspired you and mentored you in your career?
Sure. So obviously going to a lot of schools, I had a lot of teachers sort of pre-college, and a few of those stick out. There was my 4th grade teacher who recognized that I'd run out of books in the elementary school library and got me special permission to trot off to the middle school library and get more interesting books. There was a great math teacher in high school who kind of just supported my interest in math and computing. My undergraduate advisor, Vipin Kumar, who taught that course in parallel and distributed computing and then sort of mentored my undergraduate research work, is a strong influence. A lot of that is why I decided to go to grad school, because I got a bit of a taste of research there. My PhD advisor, Craig Chambers, taught me a ton of stuff. He was a relatively new faculty member, so he'd arrived as a faculty member the same year I arrived as a grad student, and I was his first PhD student. And so, me and three other students kind of in the group at the time. And he were like basically building this optimizing compiler together and exploring interesting work in that space. And we had a great time doing that. You know, he was stressed out about getting tenure, so we were all excited about publishing our work and doing interesting research. And then, you know, my longtime colleague Sanjay Gemawat and I, who I first met when I was working at Digital, and he was also at Digital Equipment's research labs. He was at the lab 2 blocks apart, so I would go work with him and get gelato on the way because it was a good gelato store halfway between us. So Sanjay and I have actually had a really long working relationship, and you know, we, I think, complement each other's strengths and weaknesses really well. So he has this incredibly logical and clear way of thinking, and I have this kind of frenetic, like, oh, let's do something in this direction. And I think, you know, he has this ability to design like the clearest APIs I've ever seen. Whereas I kind of like throw something together and that'll probably work. And he kind of stares at it. He's like, oh, you probably don't need all these things. What if we did that? And I think we're a really good kind of combo together. And we often pair program together, sitting at one keyboard. He usually types because he's picky about spacing. I prop my feet up on the desk and we actually like work through, you know, a problem over a period of several hours and then figure out the next thing to do. And that works quite effectively for us. And then as I've gotten more into machine learning, you know, I think there's a lot of people at Google who have much more knowledge about machine learning than I do. And I have more of a systems perspective. How do you actually build large scale computer systems to do things? And so often it's a little bit less about mentor-mentee, but really more about coming together as a team where some people in the team have more machine learning experience and others have more of a systems software system building experience, and collectively we put things together. So I've like learned a lot initially from Andrew Ng when he was here, and then Jeff Hinton, who came as a visiting researcher for about 6 months, I think, in 2012. Funny story, he actually, the visiting researchers somehow end up in the same category as interns at Google. So he was my intern. But I've learned a ton from Jeff over the years about like how he approaches thinking about machine learning problems. And then he went off back to University of Toronto, and then he and a couple of students formed a company that Google acquired. And so he's now been with Google since 2014, I think, and I've continued to learn a lot from him. So it's really about getting yourself in situations where you're working on a set of problems where all different kinds of expertise need to come together, and you can kind of collaborate with people who know things you don't and work on those things together.
Yeah, it sounds like you've really been able to make like fruitful or take advantage of sort of these relationships in ways that have enriched yourself as well as the work that you're working on. Curious to hear about, you know, now looking sort of retrospectively at your career so far, sort of what skills do you think that new data scientists, so people maybe coming out of college with degrees, should be looking to build in order to, you know, get to advance their career?
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly exciting times in the field of machine learning. I think it's obvious that this kind of work is going to influence not just computer science or some narrow part of computer science, but really is going to influence nearly every field of endeavor in some way. And so I think obviously it's really good to have strong fundamental understanding of you know, how to write programs, how to think about machine learning problems, what are different machine learning algorithms that are commonly used, but also kind of how computers work. You know, really will find it very helpful, even if you're operating at a very high level of abstraction, to think about what that actually means in terms of what you're asking the computer to do, right? And are you asking it to transfer gigabytes of data over the network, or are you asking it to do something relatively lightweight? How do caches work? How do branch predictors work? How is it that GPUs or sort of other kinds of accelerators are better for certain kinds of computations than traditional CPUs, and why? These are all kinds of things that if they're in the back of your head, you can be thinking about them as you're applying computation to solve different problems.
Yeah.
And then I think another area that's really kind of an important thing is if you have those skills, but then have skills in another discipline or knowledge of another discipline. So often we're seeing, for example, machine learning applied to healthcare problems,
Right.
or applied to neuroscience problems or quantum chemistry related problems. And maybe you don't have deep expertise in there, but being able to dive into how might machine learning apply to this quantum chemistry problem with a quantum chemist is kind of the vocabulary you want to be able to have, and the kind of work you want to be able to do.
Yeah. And I mean, machine learning is also evolving so rapidly. Techniques are coming about so quickly. Actually, last week, we held a user conference, Kaggle Days, and Quackly's AutoML team, they actually competed in a competition on day 2 using AutoML. It's kind of so forefront of mind for me is, how are things like this technology, what are the implications of this type of AutoML technology for maybe the types of skills that, or how skills are changing, and what is important for data scientists to acquire? Do you think that it is changing those skill sets in some way?
Yeah, I mean, the way I view tools like AutoML is that, when you're solving a machine learning problem, there's a lot of things up front. There's a lot of things you kind of do lots of experimentation to figure out based on sort of quantitative results of those experiments. And often there's this iteration cycle of like, I run a bunch of experiments, I look at the results of those experiments, these 7 are promising, these 30 didn't work out. I should do a bunch more experiments in the rough area of the 7, maybe with some additional kinds of derived experiments that I now want to do based on the results of that whole set of experiments I ran initially. And then you iterate.
Yeah.
And, I think one of the real benefits of techniques like AutoML is that they can take some of what humans are doing, data scientists or machine learning experts, and turn that into an iterative process that can be automated. And so this really gives you a bigger toolkit, a better tool to tackle more problems, or have the computer work with you to solve the problem in a better way than either one of you could do individually. So it's not that we're not going to need human insight into how to tackle some of these machine learning problems. It's that the kind of drudgery part of that, where you're automating, where you're running experiments, looking at the results at like Friday night at 7, like, okay, what are the next set of experiments I should start up to run overnight, and then waking up to look at them on Saturday morning. Humans should not really be doing that if you can have an automated system that can do that. Instead, you have much higher level insights that humans are guiding these tools to say, okay, tools, why don't you go off and run 20,000 experiments for me and report back, which 10 were the best. And then I can focus on that outcome and use that in the next set of things I'm going to do.
Well, I think tens of thousands of viewers just breathed a sigh of relief that their jobs are still intact. So thank you.
I have a slightly different way of viewing. So the AutoML tools we have today can't come up with completely crazy new techniques necessarily. They can come up with new architectures in some search space that a human has defined. And that search space can be super big. Like if it's 10 to the 30th elements in size, that sort of works okay. If it's 10 to the 60th, the AutoML techniques kind of break down because that's too big a search space. But the way I would think about it is, suppose you have an idea for a new machine learning, component or an algorithm or a kind of approach to tackle a machine learning problem. If you were doing this manually, you would kind of try this out on a few problems. If it's promising, then you might write a paper, try it on a few more problems, tell your friends. Your friends would then say, oh yeah, this thing worked great in that problem. That sounds similar to this. And it would take kind of a while to spread around the community. Now the community's pretty good at picking up new ideas quickly. But imagine instead you had a world where you have a new idea, you could insert it into a system, and overnight some system would explore that new idea by adding it to the search space for thousands of problems, and could give you a report in the morning saying, okay, well, your new thing wasn't used at all in these 900 problems because it didn't seem useful, but in these 12 problems, it was pretty useful and we used it in this way, and it actually improved accuracy by, this amount. That would be much more useful as a tool. Now, it's obviously computationally hard to take your new idea and try it on all machine learning problems in the world.
Right.
But that's like a good directional, aspirational thing to be able to think about.
Sure. And I guess piggybacking on that, what new opportunities do you see growing in the field? Is it, simply application across other disciplines, or are there other larger advancements that you see coming down the pipe?
Well, I think one thing I'm particularly excited about is something like the project I'm sort of working on myself with a few other people, is to think about how can we build systems that solve many tasks at the same time using a single model. So we know that multitask learning at kind of a small scale, like often people will do multitask learning of like 4 or 5 kind of related tasks. Or sometimes they'll do transfer learning where you train a model in ImageNet and then you have your little data set of mushrooms and you then fine tune on the mushrooms using the model that was originally trained on a much larger set of images. But that's kind of not as ambitious as I feel like we should be doing. We should be essentially thinking about how can we train a single model on all the problems we care about, right? Where that model should have very large capacity because it needs to remember, everything about all the machine learning problems we care about. It should be sparsely activated. So it might have different pieces of the model that are good at different things. And, the part of the model that's really good at detecting, images of mushrooms probably shouldn't be activated when you're looking at text about Shakespeare. But there should be another part of the model that's very good at, poetry and Shakespearean text and is active for that. And the routing in this system should be learned so that you learn kind of pathways through this model that for a particular example or task kind of identify the right pieces of this very large model that are useful for this new task or that you're now trying to solve. And so that different pieces of this model can be shared across related tasks or related examples.
Interesting. We've had actually a lot of questions around the theme of sort of MOOCs and sort of non-traditional, people who haven't gone and gotten their masters and PhDs. So from Sanyam Bhutani, the question was asked, can you envision a MOOC educated person working on cutting edge ML projects? How can a person who didn't go through graduate school develop a competent profile?
Right. I mean, so definitely it's possible. I mean, I think MOOCs are interesting. Like they seem to work very well for people who are self-motivated. I think but there's definitely tons and tons of interesting educational content on the internet now. So there's like a real advantage compared to people 20 or 30 years ago where there wasn't this really rich set of content on almost anything you wanted to learn about. I think, it's important to have the fundamental background. MOOCs can give you that. It's also important to kind of practice your craft. So by finding interesting problems, Kaggle contests are probably a good way to do this. Working in a job that gives you experience with this is also a really good way if you can figure out a way to arrange that. One of the things we've been doing in our group is we have a residency program, an AI residency program, where we get applicants from lots of different kinds of backgrounds. Some people have PhDs in computer science or machine learning, but a lot of people are coming from a different field. Maybe they have a master's in physics and they kind of got a taste of machine learning when they were doing that, but now they realize that they want to do machine learning work. How can they switch into that career? And we've had pretty good luck taking sort of the people we accept into our residency program, and regardless of their background, turning them into either kind of research software engineers or research scientists in our group that are doing kind of cutting edge machine learning work.
Yeah. And so you kind of mentioned this before about how your interview style works and how it's kind of similar to what you might have experienced. But as someone who's probably interviewed many people for roles on your teams, what do you look for?
I mean, first and foremost, I look for, is this someone I would want as a colleague, right? Are they have a conversation?
Yeah.
Is that conversation flowing well? Are they bringing up interesting things I hadn't thought of? If I steer it in a particular direction, do they seem to know what direction that's going? Obviously they're not going to necessarily know everything, but I really treat it more as a conversation among colleagues that I can assess, rather than you must write code, reverse a linked list on a whiteboard and stand awkwardly by the whiteboard as your editor. Kind of thing. And I really like open-ended questions where a variety of different kinds of insights can come to play. So one question I've asked in the past is, suppose you wanted to speed up browsing of the web. And you can install whatever software you want in Google data centers and in the user's computer. What kinds of things would make sense? And then that discussion can go off into lots of directions. Can talk about fetching, can talk about compression, can talk about, sending deltas of pages that don't change very much every time you reload them. Can talk about, identifying which pages a user is likely to visit given the page they're on now, so that you can actually figure out how to prefetch things appropriately. Can go in dozens of directions, and I'm happy to talk about any of them.
Yeah. And so I thought that, as we're kind of drawing to the close of the Q&A, time has flown by so quickly. I thought it might be interesting to hear, so this is a question actually from Timothy Yee. If you weren't working at Google, doing what you're doing now, where would you want to work? What would you like to see accomplished in your lifetime?
Yeah, good question. I'm happy where I am.
You can't imagine a life without Google, can you?
I mean, I think the thing I really value the most is three things, three qualities I really like. One is I like working on interesting technical problems. I like working with people who know things that I don't. And then I like when the work that we do together can have impact in the world. So those three things together are what motivate me and excite me. I think there's a lot of opportunity to build more and more advanced machine learning systems that can solve, much more than the kind of simple, well-defined tasks that we've got today. I think there's huge opportunities for machine learning to really make impact in, things that really matter in people's lives, like giving them better healthcare, helping them have kind of individualized tutoring so that everyone gets a higher quality education. I think these are the kinds of things that excite me, because those are the ones where there's real technical problems and where the outcomes really matter.
Yeah, absolutely. And so you kind of mentioned a little bit about, your personal life through your childhood. I actually have a somewhat of a personal question as well. I've learned that, you and I both share something in common. It's that we both have daughters. And I think constantly about their opportunities, especially, looking back at sort of the underrepresentation that I might have experienced growing up through my career. What do you think needs to happen to promote more representation and inclusiveness in machine learning?
Yeah, I mean, this is like something I care about quite deeply. My older daughter is actually in the machine learning field. She's in graduate school, and she doesn't have a lot of female students in her cohort, and obviously it'd be better if she had more. I think, one of the things is making sure that at the earliest ages of people starting to get interested in computers, that we sort of inspire everyone and expose everyone to the possibilities of what can computing do and how is that an interesting career path in ways that appeal to everyone. I think other ways are making sure that the culture of respect and inclusion in our working environments is inclusive for everyone, not just people who are from a majority background. And I think what you really want is for the field of machine learning, which is obviously impacting a lot of things in the world, products used by billions of people all over the world. You want the people building those products to reflect the diversity of people using those products. And that's something that we need to be cognizant of. Is not just a gender issue, it's a racial diversity issue, it's a socioeconomic diversity issue. People who have laptops at home and parents who are in a technology field are inherently at an advantage relative to people who maybe don't have those things in their home life growing up. And I think it's really important that these things, the people are not at a disadvantage to the extent we can arrange for that.
Yeah, well, thank you. That's actually quite a nice note to close on. And we have reached the ending point of our conversation. It's been thrilling for me to speak with you. So thank you so much for joining us. And I hope that our audience also enjoyed and were able to take away a few tidbits of knowledge from a veteran. So thank you so much, Jeff. Yeah. And I think back to Jessica.
Thanks very much. Thank you for the conversation, Julia.
Yes, likewise.
And with that, CareerCon Day 2 has now come to a close. We are so grateful for all of you that have tuned in today, and we hope you took home many new learnings related to getting noticed. What was the most inspiring or surprising thing you learned today? Let us know by posting your thoughts on social media, and be sure to include the hashtag CareerCon 2019 for a chance to win Kaggle swag. Tomorrow, we will start our last day of CareerCon at 9 a.m. PST as usual. Our final theme of CareerCon is getting the job, and we have an exciting lineup including part 3 of Rachel's API workshop, a behind-the-scenes look at data science interviews with a hiring manager, a So You Want to Become a Data Scientist crash course for non-engineers, and near the end of the day, a digital career fair on our CareerCon Slack channel. Thank you, and see you all tomorrow.